no, 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 yeah, no, 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 yeah, no, 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 yeah, yeah, no, yeah, no, 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 yeah, no, no, no.
And welcome back to Thoughts on the Bench, 2 Beers Deep. We're listed as 2 Beers Deep still. It is Thoughts on the Bench. It's the same exact thing. Josh's second last show, which I'm sure there'll be a third.
A fourth at this rate, honestly.
I was like, second to last. What do you
No,
mean?
you're
But I
second
think we're supposed to be
last.
done.
This is the second time we've had a last show for you,
It's
but
probably the fucking third time, Greg.
I would say
Well-
I was trying to think about it today. It might be 3 or 4
I
at
would
this
say
point.
it's definitely...
yeah. Now that we think about it, it's probably happened a few times. We just didn't make them official. We didn't do pomp and circumstance for you, and at the other times.
This thing don't do chunky cans. Damn. Cat gonna be one of them brewmates, which is sick. But it's for tall skinnies. Like Liquid Death would fit in it. Short chunkies don't, I think.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
it's for bottles mainly, which is smart because I like bottles over cans for these types of things.
Do you go out of your way to push for bottles over cans, just out of curiosity? Because I find it polarizing for kind of older folk, you know?
What do you mean by older folk?
Well, like
He
my
just
dad's
called you
generation. No, I'm talking about my dad's
No, he
generation.
called you old.
I'm
He
younger.
I'm older
100%
than
just
him.
called you old.
I'm older than him, you dumbass. Calm down.
Which
yeah,
means
but
you're
you
ancient.
called him old just now.
I did
Yeah.
not call him old.
To
just
Greg's
now.
point, the older generation believes that bottles are the only way to do it. Like,
Yes.
if it's not in a bottle, it ain't good. I would blind taste test
Mm-hmm.
those people. Do like a can and a bottle, both on a red Solo cup, and see. And then they'd go, well, it's not in a bottle, so it don't matter.
I would like to try that in Yingling specifically. Like, I
Mhm.
feel like I could do it for Yingling.
Probably. I mean, for me, Greg, it's I think that cans, big turtle guy, cans better for the planet, I think. I don't know if that's true. The reason I do think I like cans over bottles now is the simplicity of it, the no glass so it can go everywhere. I'm not a big concern because, like, Homestyle, for example, only comes in a can. So some of these
Right.
good beers are only coming in cans nowadays.
Right. And to me, I'm used to cans so much, and therefore I just kind of lean towards cans because I feel like every craft brewer uses cans because it's cheaper and the designs that you can get on cans are way more intricate and better than what you can get on bottles.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I don't understand because like that's something that I remember my dad was adamant about, that like beer and bottles are better. And like I think, and to me that logic is also flawed because if you compare the two just from holding them, I feel like a can is colder because it's thinner material anyway,
Yeah.
so your beer's gonna get colder.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's science, I think.
And
I don't
no,
know.
that is. Like,
No, science is that dinosaurs poop eggs. That is science.
Yes, well that's
Yeah.
fact right there.
mhm.
Yes.
Science is facts.
Mhm.
3,
Mhm.
2, 1. Actually, Greg gets to do it, or Josh gets to do it this time. Greg fucked up.
It's too late. Fucking
Was
things
that
already
Greg
up.
or was that you?
That's me.
Oh, you idiot.
Oh,
What do you mean? I don't fucking. This is not like anything new.
Did
Like,
I say action?
How many years have we been doing this fucking
Yeah,
show?
and how many years have I said action and then we crack it? You dumb fuck.
Yeah, well,
What do you
that's
mean?
what I'm saying.
What do
That,
you
like,
mean? How many years have we been doing this
fucking
show?
Is that how we're gonna end it? Is this how we're gonna end it?
Because
Me
you're
and
an
you fighting?
idiot. Did I say
Yeah.
action, Greg?
no, you didn't.
Okay. So what is
Yeah,
your
you
what
just
is your
broke the
point here,
cadence.
Josh?
I jumped off sides.
What's your point
You broke
here?
the cadence. I
What's
jumped
your
off sides.
point here? That you didn't follow the only rule we have on the show, and now you're angry about it? Because Greg and I
Yeah.
were going to give you the 3, 2, 1, and that's how we were going to set it up, because it's the beginning of a show. Can you act like a professional once in your fucking life? Or is this just like this long-standing situation where you just go into things, hoorah, I'm Josh, now I'm leaving because I accidentally had sex once? Like, that's really what you're going to die on this hill, is because Derek moved the cadence. I didn't even do the cadence. I didn't even say action. What a fraud. What a complete joke Greg. Back me up here. I'm interested for what he's going to say, Josh, just to let you know. I want to hear what Greg's take is.
Josh, this is Derek's way of saying he's gonna miss you a lot.
Fuck
and he
no, it
loves
ain't,
you.
Greg. Shut up. Wrong. 3, 2, Greg, we'll do it right. Action. I was hoping it was Greg that cracked. I thought it was Greg.
It's always me. It's always been me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I guess I'm if
Hey.
action's the go ahead, it's weird to go.
Yeah, I get it. All right. Two Beers Deep is live from the Union Fitness Studios located
Fuck,
on
I'm
the North
not.
Shore of
They stole my
Pittsburgh.
golden
Union
tea, those
Fitness
cowards.
is more than a traditional gym. It's a place where you can transform yourself inside and out with a variety of classes based around fitness, yoga, strength, and performance training. At Union Fitness, they believe it is their duty to hold themselves and their clients to a higher standard. They practice what they preach and uphold the values that make Union Fitness the community that it is. Go to Union Fitness today for a consultation. Through Union, there is strength. Good job, Greg.
Thank you. I try.
He's crying.
I used to remember that intro like off the cuff without needing the script at one point, and it's been years since I remember hearing
Do you know
it.
the
so now I
issue here?
can-
The issue here, Greg.
Hmm.
He cried last time.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to have
He
sympathy
did.
every time Josh cries
No.
now? Like, what the fuck?
No. No.
That's
Turning
true. The
soft.
Waterworks the last time were very, very aggressive too, and they were more aggressive because I was with him.
Didn't we
in
cry
person when
too?
that happened. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we did.
Yeah, I'm not crying
Yeah.
this time.
You cried like a baby at the end.
Here's
Zeke. You
here's
really
the
did.
entire thought process. Like, I ain't crying. He's already.
Also,
he's already.
Dre was there for some reason.
Oh yeah, you had like a full crew there. I'm pretty sure Morad was there at
No,
one point.
I didn't know. I think just Dre.
Oh yeah, Dre did cry. I remember that.
Why was Dre
Also, Chip and Marsha brought you a cake. Forgot
Yeah,
about
that
too.
did happen.
there? Oh
Mhm.
yeah. I think Dre was just in town. Like, I think he was just beside the
around.
studio. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think it was anything big. Lot of football preview. Football kicks off tonight with the Chiefs Ravens at this is at Arrowhead, right?
Yes.
I believe
And
so.
then tomorrow night we got Eagles Packers in Brazil for some reason.
Which is such a wild like international game that they're doing. The first game ever in South America, by the way, which Brazil I get, but I would have never thought they'd want to have a game in Brazil of all places.
I mean,
Did you
they're
know
looking to
that-
expand the game? So
That all the international markets where they have a game have a designated home team that is assigned to them by the NFL.
Yeah, I think aren't the Steelers like well,
Ireland.
Not Ireland? Yeah, that makes sense
Yeah.
because the Roonies are like
Mhm.
they have like a site out there and all that. Yeah, I remember that.
when they're like they were the ambassadors.
Right.
Yeah, Dan was the
Yeah.
ambassador for the longest time. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean
Would
it's
you like-
kind of
Oh.
stupid that they designate it.
Well, it's all based around like ownership and like if you have a player from that foreign country or like somebody whose like parents are from that foreign country or something like that. So it's like there's advertised or targeted campaigns to Australia. If you have an Australian kicker, that's your NFL team.
Mhm.
Very cool.
So
like,
that's
the
like every
Bears,
team now has an
probably.
Australian punter.
Well, that's true. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
At this point, but-
Like Aussie punters are like the new fad in the NFL now. So like that's
Right.
you basically root for everyone pretty much.
Cool
Right.
fad too. I mean they work.
Mhm.
They seem to be.
It does work.
Yeah. It's like an interesting, like, our punters here don't do anything kind of athletic for their entire careers, like in the terms of what they could do. Australian punters are
Right.
playing rugby, and they're
Right.
messing shit up.
And they'll
now.
fuck you up very quickly. Yes, that's true.
But there seems to be something about the way they're kicking the ball
It's
that
like
is
that side
entirely
kick.
different. Right. And like for whatever reason our guys can't do it. And I don't know if it's just because like their entire lives they've been kicking rugby balls and they're just like more adapted to it, then I don't know. But it's pretty weird.
Could be. I mean, that ball
Would
is
you-
different.
It's
Would you
like
like to
rounder,
hear-
but then also still oblong, if you will. I guess.
Yeah. It's fatter and
Is
shorter.
it fatter?
Mm.
It's really big. It's like big versus like big.
Short and fat is the way to go in the end, obviously.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that comment. I
You're
agree with
welcome.
that.
You're welcome.
Would you guys like to hear your 2023 NFL predictions?
Sure.
Oh,
Great.
I'm scared to see how
Let's
these went.
I know one of them.
Start with Greg since he's afraid. The
All right.
Cardinals will have a better record than the Rams.
You
Did that happen?
No.
That did not
No.
happen. No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Shout
Sorry,
out
Greg.
Puka.
Yeah, shout out Puka coming from
Fucking
the
Puka
rafters.
Nakua.
Both the NFC and the AFC South divisions will have champs that are under 500 records.
Say
Well,
that.
no, the Texans were like 10-7. So
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
That didn't
What
happen.
about the AFC South though?
The NFC South? NFC was Bucks. I think they were they were 9-8.
No,
Shit.
Yeah, the Bucks were good. That was close though. At least
That was
on one
close.
half.
Mhm.
And then the Jets will not make the playoffs. Ding 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 ding.
I'll take my one. Let's go. I'll take it.
Yeah, you
Okay.
thought it was because they were
So-
going to suck. Little did you know,
Well,
you cursed a man.
I did curse a man.
You
I cursed the
tore
man.
someone's
I cursed the
Achilles.
man's
Dude.
Achilles.
Made a
Did
dude
you see
become
the thing, by
addicted
the
to
way, that the
ayahuasca.
guy? Did you see the thing, by the way, that the guy who sacked Aaron Rodgers that tore his Achilles?
Yeah.
He plays for the 49ers.
Yeah, you got death threats.
Now he's a 49er. Oh
Yes,
my
and
god.
it's so poetic.
Okay. I also had that the winner of the NFC South would have a losing record. That was a miss on my part. I had the Jaguars with 11 wins. Big cat facts. That was wrong. And then I had that the Lions would win the division.
Ding, 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 ding,
Ding, ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
All right.
Bravo,
Rock and
sir.
roll.
Bravo.
Okay. So you and I each had one. Derek, do you think off the top of your head that you are going to be
I'm 2 and 3.
1 and 2? You're 2 and 3.
Because
Okay,
I
cool.
know, I believe one of mine was Mike Evans will get traded, and that didn't happen.
That was one of them. And you even got specific that it would go to the Chiefs, and that did not happen. Then you also
Might be
said
the same this
that
year.
Mike Tomlin would
Possible.
win Coach of the Year. That did not
It
happen.
did in my mind.
He deserved it.
And
He
then-
deserved it, damn it.
Shut up.
This one was not good. You had Rams, Packers, and Cowboys all under 20 wins together as a total.
Yeah, I stand by that, though.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I stand by that because Greg and I were doubling down on the Rams not being good, and they wouldn't have been if not for Puka and Kyrene. And
They
on the
wouldn't have
flip,
because Cooper Cup got hurt.
I'm happy to say that I am the reason Jordan Love is good at football.
Oh yeah, because it's the opposite of Greg cursing.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're
I
welcome,
get it.
Green Bay.
Hmm.
Wow.
So wait, so any negative bold prediction you come up with is actually going to be a positive in the end?
Unless it's killing
Absolutely.
a guy like you did.
I didn't kill a guy. I just cursed his Achilles. There's a big difference there. He can't walk, you know? I can still do things even though I can't walk.
Why can't you walk?
No, I'm just saying, like, if I had a torn Achilles, I could still do stuff. I just can't walk.
Maybe.
Mm.
Are we just diving into our thoughts of
You
each
want to?
category this year? I kind of do because I want us to spend
Okay.
longer time on each one here.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's do it. Greg, why don't you kick us off since we just did yours?
For 3 bold predictions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Bold prediction number 1 for me. Nathaniel Hackett replaces Robert Saleh halfway through the year as head coach
Ooh.
of the Jets.
Why?
The reason I'm going with that is because I think the Jets are going to be an absolute just powder keg of drama for the first half of the year in some sort of way that I feel like Saleh is going to get thrown under the bus. Either it's from the media or from Aaron Rodgers or something. And I feel like Rodgers is going to usurp his authority and find a way to get his boy the head coach because he loves him as the OC.
Interesting.
Again, bold prediction, but I'm going dicey on that one.
No, yeah, I don't disagree with it. I think the integral part of bold needs to be bold. I just believe in
Yes.
Robert Saleh.
I mean, I like
I do
Robert
too.
Saleh a lot. I really like him. It's just I feel like that situation is just a lot to be able to manage that it's going to be difficult for him. So that's why I'm banking on it. My second one, I think the Cowboys finished last in the East this year.
Oh wow! Do they make the playoffs?
If they finish last in the East, no.
Walk me through that one because the
'Cause the
Commanders are
Giants
still
are-
a team.
And
Yes,
the
they
And
are.
the Giants.
both
Yes.
both are teams.
I think they are in term. I
Oh, what's
understand
that?
the Giants.
Yeah, I just confirmed they are teams, Greg.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
I
thank you.
understand. I understand the Giants lost Saquon Barkley, but I at least kind of like some young pieces that they have around that team to at least be interesting. And I do think the Commanders take a massive step forward this year because I really like Jaden Daniels on that team, especially. I'm not sure if the Commanders will make the playoffs, but I do think they're going to improve drastically. And if I'm comparing between the Eagles and the Cowboys to regress, I look at the Cowboys as the team that's probably going to regress a good bit this year. So based
Why?
on that,
why? Just why?
why? Okay. So like even if you look at their free agency aspect of it, and yes, I know they're very good at drafting and developing and all that, which is pretty good, but I look at their offense. I've seen their O-line. I don't think it's going to hold up well with Dak this year. The running backs, I don't think they're going to survive well with Ezekiel Elliott as their number one. And even if they have like other guys coming in, I don't trust it fully. I don't know who their number two is next to CeeDee Lamb. I mean, I've seen like
Brandon
Jaden
Cooks?
Tolbert get like. Is he still their
Yes.
number two? Okay. I've also seen Jaden Tolbert getting some love at camp too, so he might be like
Agreed.
a sneaky player as well. The defense is also interesting. Like I love Michael Parsons, but I just don't think their pass rush is going to be consistent enough. And I feel like their secondaries are going to regress just a little bit, especially because like I don't expect Deron Bland to have 9 picks again this year, even though they're getting Trevon Diggs back. So I just see regression for this team in general. So that's why I'm going with them finishing last in the division.
Okay.
And then my third one,
Mm-hmm.
I say Bo Nix has more touchdowns this year than Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, would you like to bet a bobblehead on that?
I'll bet a bobblehead on that one, sure.
Okay.
I think Sean Payton finally has a quarterback that he wants to run his offense the way he wants it to, and I think he's not Drew Brees, but I do think that the Broncos are going to be sneaky good this year on offense because of the way that Payton likes to run his team, and therefore I think Nix is going to get a lot of love this year.
Wow.
Maybe.
I don't love that.
They're bold, I'm saying.
I'm a
I
crumb
agree.
guzzler. Don't get me wrong, I'm a crumb guzzler.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't love that prediction at all.
It's go bold or don't go at all.
That's true. All right.
Interesting.
You want to go next, Derek, or you want me to?
I'll go next.
Okay. Fire away.
First bold prediction. Kellen Moore takes over as the Eagles head coach after the bye week.
Oh!
Same
Okay.
mindset as me and you, just different teams.
So for me, the reasoning behind it is I think the skid the Eagles took last year was tough. I think fans were already calling for Sirianni's head. Sirianni, I think, was a good rally, look at me, everyone, let's have fun guy. He's not a coach. The OC's making the OC calls, the DC's making the defensive calls. Like, he doesn't really own a part of this team. I think if the Eagles skid at all, he will be an easy scapegoat, and we have been singing Kellen Moore's praises for years now, that I think it's an easy play for him to slide in as the interim coach. I have Meech is an Eagles fan, friend of the show. I said this to him, and he said, no way, we're going to hire Bill Belichick, to which I said to him, next year, maybe. So apparently the Eagles want Bill if they can't get him, but there's no chance they bring in Bill mid-season. It would be Kellen
Yeah,
Moore
no,
taking
he's
the
too
reins.
busy doing Pat McAfee every Monday and
Yep.
being on InstaFace and all that.
The interesting thing about the Kellen Moore versus who is their DC? It's
Vic Fangio.
Vic Fangio. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Who's
kept
also a former head coach.
I just kept thinking of the Commanders head coach Dan Quinn and being like, that's not it. That's not it. Yeah, Fangio. My thing is Fangio could be the interim if they want to go after Belichick next season, because if you make Kellen Moore the interim, you're kind of cementing him as a head coach. He's a young guy. But I do think Kellen Moore with Jalen Hurts, they need him to be happy, and that's who steps into that role.
In fairness, I remember like I think 2-3 years ago when Moore was the OC at Dallas, like there were people that thought he was going to be a head coach in waiting there for the longest time.
Oh,
and then didn't work out. It didn't work out. He ended up going to LA. He was okay, and then now he's in Philly. I do think that offense is going to take a big step forward, but the thing about the Eagles, man, like I can't for the life of me figure out like what was the real Eagles last year. If it was that 10-1 start or or losing 5 of 6. I can't figure out who was the real Eagles.
Yeah, it sucks because they were so good again.
Like
Go, Josh.
Yeah, I feel like they are that 10-win team. Like they're not 10 wins in a row team, but they are of that caliber. Like they are a playoff NFC championship contender regularly. I do believe that that's their team.
Yeah, the skid felt weird, which is why Sirianni's head was on the chopping block. It wasn't like we'll figure it out. We'll get there together. It was like dude, what the absolute hell is going on over there?
Mm-hmm. Especially with that defense. Like they lost, like that offensive line obviously was like such a huge piece for them the past 2 years.
Yeah.
And it has dwindled, but that defense is still Bucks. And that, like, they have weapons all over the field on offense. The offensive line may not be as stout as it was when they made the Super Bowl run, but it is still like, come on.
Well,
you
the other
can't
thing, too,
fucking figure that shit out.
The thing I'm excited about their defense, too, they improved that secondary. And that secondary is going to be very interesting to finally get to see in action this year, which was their weakness last year as well. So,
bold prediction number 2. The end of the year, we'll see Joe Milton as the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. He will finish the season as the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots.
Wow. Are you expecting Drake May to not get some love, essentially, halfway through the year at all?
I mean, you know I hate him.
I know you do, but like
I don't think he's good.
Investing... Okay.
I don't think Drake May's good at football. And Jacoby Brissett, he would have had a better QBR this preseason if he would have spiked every snap. Like, I love Jacoby Brissett. He's not going to stay there. Drake May's going to go in. This team is terrible. They have a brand new head coach who did draft Jake May. But this feels very, and I'm going to bring it up, feels very RG3 Kirk Cousins. Why draft the second quarterback if you just drafted your franchise? Joe Milton has the biggest arm in that entire QB room. I think Drake May is going to be the starter, maybe by like week 3 or 4 if Jacoby's not there, because it's like our team sucks, so let's get Jacoby beat up, and then once we figure it out, put him in. I think they have struggles with May and turn to Milton, and I think that because it's the end of the year, he lights it up, and he finishes the season as a starter.
I mean, this would come true if like for a week 18 game. Like Milton could absolutely start that game.
Well, no, I mean like they go into the preseason, he is their starter, not he starts the last game as like we'll see. Like he is at the end of the Patriots season, their starting quarterback.
Got it. So entering 2025, like Joe Milton
He's
is the
favorite.
clear-cut number 1.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I believe in that cat. I think he's fine.
Are we? Do you consider the Patriots the worst team in the NFL?
The Patriots are there. The Panthers are still there. For me, there aren't really too many shit teams. Like, I'm really interested on the Chargers. I'm really interested on the Raiders and Broncos. Like, I think I'm with you. I like Bo Nix. I think that all those teams could slip a little bit, and it turns into a lot of it real quick.
Yeah.
I would say personally, it's between. I think it's we'll see what the Giants do, but I would say it's probably between the Panthers and the Patriots right now.
Okay.
Third bold prediction, which kind of takes over my MVP category. Kyler Murray.
Yes.
Murray.
Yes.
Wow.
Kyler Murray wins MVP. I like this Cardinals team a lot. I love Kyler Murray this year. Kyler Murray has always had a bunch of toys, but never one that he loved. He now has Marvin Harrison. You get Trey in there as their tight end, who I love. You look at the run game, they pick up Benson. I think he's going to be nice, but Connor has a big year. And I think that defense is getting there enough that they are going to keep them in enough games that Kyler will throw for, I don't know, I like him around the 3,800-yard mark in terms of yards this year. His rushing then added to that. I think he comes back and he has a year that makes us all go, oh, fuck, that's Kyler Murray, because they were so bad last year that they are going to have a pretty decent schedule this year.
Right, and they didn't have Kyler Murray for the first half of the year coming off of ACL injury, so that's not a bad take at all. Like, I think people aren't even thinking about Kyler Murray at all. Even in terms of fantasy, I don't think he's being looked at as highly as probably he should be.
He was just announced at Jesus. This is serendipitous. I'm kidding you not. I just is on my screen right now. He is Matthew Berry's ride or die this year.
There it is.
For fantasy, wow. Okay.
He stole my take. He had Eckler in 2021, who finishes RB2, Jalen Hurts in 2022, who finishes QB1, and Amon-Ra St. Brown last year, who finishes wide receiver 3. This year he picked, and that is lightning above the Chiefs Stadium.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
It's pretty big.
We're going to be in delay. Fuck.
It's all right. It just means a longer night football.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with that.
Also, an update that Zamir White will be the workhorse running back per his coach for the Raiders.
Antonio Pierce would use the term workhorse running back. I love it.
Josh?
What do you got?
Okay. 3 bold predictions. And if you guys feel that one of these was a punt, that's fine. And I will come up with another one. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift stay together through the football season.
That is a bold prediction. The PR stuff is interesting.
Yeah,
it is interesting.
Amazingly enough, it was my parents that told me about that. Surprisingly, really? Yeah, I went over their house yesterday for dinner, and I think my dad saw it on Fox News or some shit like that. I'm like, why is this a thing? But okay, I'm surprised. I think it's made up, but go figure.
The algorithm thinks that I care a lot about their relationship because I love football and I love listening to Taylor Swift music. So it thinks that I'm and I don't give a shit. So I see everything. I see both sides of this and it's hilarious. So I say they're together through the football season.
All right.
Second bold prediction. Steelers win the AFC Championship game against not the Chiefs.
I don't hate that. It's a good bold prediction. I mean, I think I would find it bolder if you picked the team, but I can respect picking the Steelers win the AFC.
Say it again for me.
The Steelers win the AFC Championship game against not the Chiefs.
Oh.
I think the AFC is wide open. I really do. I think it's going to be. And I think it's a shit ton of good teams is the scary part. I don't think I think the wild card team could win the AFC this year, in the playoffs. I think it's that wide open.
I'm kind of with you, Josh, because I don't expect a 8 or 9 and 8 4 seed in the AFC. I'm expecting all the division winners to be at least 10, 11 wins. But behind them, there's the mix of 5 to probably 11 to 12. Any team can get hot at the right moment. So I can see that anywhere. The AFC is very deep this year. I'll give you that.
And the final bold prediction. The Texans at the end of the regular season will be first in the AFC with 12 wins.
So you're saying they're your one seed in the AFC?
They're the 1 seed in the AFC with 12 wins.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I do think that's bold, if that's the one you were worried about, the punt on.
The Taylor Swift one was the one I was worried about.
No, that's not a punt.
Yeah, no, I think that one's more bold than the Texans. They just look good. I don't know. I'm interested about the Texans because year 2, we'll see what happens. They have all the weapons. They did everything right this offseason. I do think, though, they're going to have a tougher schedule, tougher slate of games. We'll see what they can hold up, but I like that.
Did you look at their schedule? Because it's really not
It's not as bad as it should be, yeah.
No, and I
I guess it
Well, like,
depends
they
on
also
what you
play
think of
everyone
their
in their division.
too.
Yep.
Yeah, their division's not necessarily like tough, but it's also not a cakewalk either. Like the Colts are going to get Richardson back. The Jags are like one of those streaky teams that like could either be really good but also be really bad. And the Titans made moves in the offseason to actually look pretty competitive. So like the South's not a cakewalk at all.
But like they also are playing the NFC North as their so like they get the Vikings, they get the Bears. Now they have to play the Lions and the Packers, but if they split one of those and they have the Lions at home and the Packers in Lambeau. So like you get the tougher of the two teams at home.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a very good game, actually.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of also it looks like they get the Lions after a bye week. So like all these things add up for them in a great way. Like you figure they probably beat the Colts both times this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, AR is kind of icy.
I mean, he's sick, but yeah.
Like I don't disagree with you, but I wouldn't be surprised if they split. I wouldn't be surprised. That division's good. Finally,
You think it's good?
For the first time in our lives, that division has the 4 young quarterbacks I think you would kind of want. Who's another young quarterback right now that you would want outside of that division for the Steelers to grab? And by young, I mean like, sure, Joe, Mahomes, Lamar, but I'm saying like T-Law is still young. Will Levis is looking amazing in that.
Awesome.
Offense. CJ Stroud is
Awesome.
top 3 quarterback
The
in the
man.
league
Best
right
rookie
now.
quarterback we've
And
ever
Anthony
seen.
Richardson has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in the league.
Okay, what about does Brock Purdy count?
Sure.
Or is he too old at this point?
No, I think he counts.
No. He's only been in the league for 3-4 years.
Are you going to say with
so,
your
yeah,
chest that you'd rather have him over those 4 guys? I still
Not
have...
all 4 of them, but over T-Law, I would take Brock Purdy. And I would say over Anthony Richardson, I would take Brock Purdy, and I would even say Will Levis.
I think that's fair. I'm still under the mindset that Purdy got carried, which is so wrong. And so
Listen,
it is.
There's, we've talked about it on the show forever. There's game managers and there's gunslingers, right?
Yep.
And Josh is a big gunslinger guy. Aaron Rodgers, fuck you, Tor. Here we go. But like Brock Purdy manages the game in a way that is like, you don't want to say it's Brady-esque or Peyton at the end of his career, but like he takes care of the ball in such a professional manner that it's hard to argue whether or not he's being carried or he's doing it.
Yeah.
Like it's really tough.
The only way you could probably make a fair argument in this case is like if you put a different quarterback on that team, how much better would the Niners be, or would they be the same? If that makes sense.
I think they'd be the same. I don't know that short of Hall of Fame level quarterbacking, they're any better. Because you're still attempting to distribute between 6 weapons on offense, right?
Yeah.
You are dealing with a offensive line that can be hit or miss, and your defense is still the focal point of your team, right? So, like, put Josh Allen on that team. I don't think that fucking changes for him.
No, but you know what's interesting? This kind of reminds me of when Harbaugh was the coach of the Niners, when he replaced Alex Smith with Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I think the offense as a whole, I think Smith was probably a slightly better quarterback because he managed the offense better. But you had to account for Colin Kaepernick in a way that you didn't have to for Alex Smith, which made their offense more dangerous.
Yeah.
So they lost
Keep
a
going.
little bit of like the management, a little bit of like not so much predictability, but they lost a little bit of the game flow. But they had made up for it in the possibility of being more dangerous on offense, and it worked out well because that switch got them to the NFC Championship game and to a Super Bowl. So I think there's validity to it.
Coming in, Steve Racer 12 says we should have gone after Herbert in the draft when we had a chance. I don't know if it's a Steelers comment or who the comment is for just knowing the Justin Herbert situation there. I one of my bold predictions was going to be that I think Justin Herbert throws for 4,000 yards because I think he's sick, and I think all of their receivers suck ass. He's another name in that category of guys. I mean, obviously it's been 4 years since his draft. Not to jump in, but there are a number of really good quarterbacks. I just think that division has the 4 young ones that you would look at. I mean, there's no other division that has 4 quarterbacks, even ours, that I'm like, I would take over those 4 quarterbacks, I don't think.
Oh, off the top of my head, I got
Say that. I'm sorry. Say that again.
If you're
I was
looking at
Googling Brock Purdy
divisions,
stuff.
there's no other division of all of their quarterbacks I would take over those 4. And we can go through them.
No. Now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. You're absolutely
Let's look
right.
at it.
If I
So,
look at,
good.
if I think
Yeah,
of all the
look at it.
divisions, there's no one that has like the amount of like experience and also like
So
on like youth and just like upside with
AFC
that. So I
South
agree.
has right now AFC South. T. Law,
Yeah.
Will Levis,
Uh-huh.
C.J. Stroud,
Uh-huh.
Anthony Richardson.
Uh-huh.
I think the AFC North is close with Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, but I would take almost all 4 of those over Russell and Deshaun.
Yeah.
And let's we can do it through the purview of one game or their rest of their careers. I'm looking at it from kind of a little mix of both, but mostly careers.
I think it's where you are right now, right? There's so much hope with all of the AFC South quarterbacks. Whereas, like, you're on your last year with Deshaun, you're on your last year with Russ, where you're like, either they're cooked or they're not, kind of thing. So, like, I get that. I support
But
that.
it's not just hope though, because you've also seen flashes of what all those guys can do. So at least there's like something to kind of get you,
Steve
give
Racer
you-
said
give
came in
you hope.
halfway. Thought I heard someone younger quarterbacks the Steelers could go after. No, we're just kind of talking about
Oh,
off Josh's note about the Texans. We're getting through quarterbacks, so not to cut you off, Greg, but we get to the Jets with Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Jacoby Brissett, Josh Allen. I think that's close, but Jacoby Brissett, no. Tua probably
brings it
not.
down a little
Aaron
bit,
Rodgers,
unfortunately.
no.
Yeah.
AFC West, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert.
Gardner
Gardner
Minshew.
Minshew.
Well, I think it's is it him or is it Aiden O'Connell? And
I
then-
think it's Gardner
Gardner
Minshew.
Minshew.
yeah.
and then Mahomes. Those 2 kill.
Gardner!
that. Yeah, love Gardner. But let's go to
We need Dre on
NFC.
here for a Gardner run.
NFC has the East, which is Hurts, Daniel Jones, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott. That one's close, but we don't know what Jaden's doing. And Daniel Jones sucks. NFC North, Caleb Williams, Sam Darnold, Jordan Love, Jared Goff. NFC South,
That one's close, though.
in what
because
way?
Because of JJ McCarthy, he would have been
It
the
should be
quarterback.
JJ McCarthy.
Which is JJ over? Because from my purview, he's really good at
Will
handing the ball
Levis.
off.
Well, that's true.
Shout
Like,
out Blake
he's
Corum.
not-
Blake Corum and JJ
I
McCarthy.
mean-
Watch the
Yeah. I don't think JJ McCarthy's a good quarterback. That's so I'm
But the
jaded
other
there.
3 are so like. If you have Caleb Williams right now, I mean, all you have to do is turn on any Barstool fucking content, and you know that like having Caleb Williams is like having the fountain of youth right now.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't. I love
And then-
Love. I don't think Goff is
Love,
over
Love.
those guys in terms of longevity, but for this season,
True.
maybe.
Jared. Well, and I don't know that you take Jared Goff over C.J. Stroud on his best day.
Fuck no.
No, God.
Fuck
So
no.
like, but you take Jared Goff over the other 3.
If I'm making a team, I think Goff's fine.
You take Jared
I think Anthony
over
Richardson,
T-Law.
personally speaking, right this
Yeah.
second in time, I would want Jared Goff over T-Law. I don't know if Jared Goff's lasting this whole season. One of my bold predictions was going to be Hendon Hooker takes over.
Oh,
I like how your bold predictions are tied to Tennessee quarterbacks, by the way. I'm seeing that.
Yeah, not Kyler Murray, though.
Yeah, fair.
Picked one that was
Fair.
different.
Come over the wind, come sweeping down
I
the
should have
plain.
done that.
Oh.
2 more divisions. Baker,
Yeah.
Carr, Bryce, Kirk. Nope.
Nope.
And then
Nope.
you get to Stafford, Brock, Kyler, Geno. That one's very close. I hate Geno Smith.
Gino sucks. Gino brings that. Gino is the only one that brings that down. Otherwise, you're like, yes, NFC West all fucking day. You have a future Hall of Famer. You have Kyler Murray, who's like a fucking video game, and then you have arguably one of the best like game managers of all time. Like it's just fucking
Yeah. As for young
So good.
quarterbacks the Steelers could go after, I genuinely, I'm all in on Russ until I'm not, and then I'm all in on Fields because Fields is sick.
Mm-hmm.
We will see. All
And
right.
it's so funny
Yeah.
that you were like, sure, I see that about Caleb Williams because they were like that about Justin Fields, and now we're like that. About, like, we took their used toy and we're like, no, we love it more, so it'll work. It's gonna be different.
It will work, damn it. That's how it works
Has
for the
to work.
Steelers.
Has to work.
Mhm.
All right, let's talk through some of these other ones. So obviously we'll keep kind of the vibe of this going, which is general conversation. Super Bowl winner I have here listed. Would love to
Sure.
hear it because Josh, you've claimed who will be there kind of somewhat on the AFC side.
Yeah.
Who is your Super Bowl winner as a prediction this year? And who do they beat? Why not?
I think that this defense that the Steelers have is one of those special kind of defenses that we will talk about for a long time. You have playmakers all over the field. You have future, at least the way we see them, future Hall of Famers almost at every position. You've got Cam on the inside. You've got TJ on the outside. You've got Patrick Queen, who is fucking elite in the middle. You have JPJ on the outside. You've got Minka playing. Like, I mean, it is stacked on defense. So I think they're the AFC representative because I just legitimately believe so many of these AFC teams are so offensively focused and offensive heavy that when they match up against our defense, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very reminiscent of when the Steelers and Ravens had these badass defenses that no one could beat. That's my thought.
You're going back to 13-10 games, I see. I like it.
Yeah. Because I think that the NFL is starting to swing back that way. College football already has swung back that way. I feel like the NFL is starting to swing back that way. We are 5 years removed from the 42-52 game between the Chiefs and the Bills on Monday Night Football, or whatever that crazy score was. And I feel like we're kind of swinging back now the other way, where defense wins championships and people are investing in their defense in a way they have not in years past.
Mm-hmm.
The NFC side. Would you be surprised if it was the Rams?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
I think they are the second best team in their own division, which is fine.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they have to get there. I think that we're getting to a place where I'm confused about what they're going to do. I love Kyron Williams, but he's really small, and now he's on punts, which means it might be Blake, which is a question mark for the run game. I don't think Puka can touch what he did, and I think Cooper's back, so Stafford has more weapons, but I think it's going to be an interesting divide there. I think that their entire premise of selling everything to get players was cute. I think it bit them in the ass on their O-line and their defense.
Fair.
Now, they can make a run, but... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think last year kind of proved that, yes, the Rams fucked those picks to be able to win a ring, but when they do have the picks,
Dogs.
they're not bad.
Yep.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good at getting talent on that team. So I think the Rams have done a good job of kind of reloading over the last couple of years to get youth on that team to be competitive. Like I have them as a playoff team this year. So like
Agreed.
I think they'll get there. In terms of getting to the Super Bowl, that's tough because they definitely need to win 3 games because I don't see them winning that division.
Yes.
So depending on who they're matching up with, like sure, if they end up playing like the NFC South champion and being them, and then they catch the 1 seed on a bad day, perhaps I could see it.
All right, then here's what I'm gonna do. 2010 rematch, Packers Steelers. Steelers get the better of the Packers this time.
You let us change your answer?
Yeah, dude. Like,
Yeah,
hold
so
down.
I've been bought in on this Matthew Stafford might win the MVP this year as like a legacy win kind of thing. And so like I think I let that kind of like dictate my thought process a little bit about whether or not they were a Super Bowl contender.
Mm.
And I
Josh, that's not
legitimately
a bad
think though,
take at all. Like, it's not a bad
Well,
take at
I-
all. Like, I think they're going to struggle this year because this is Aaron Donald's. This is the first year without Aaron Donald on the defense, so like they might not be dominant up there, but like they still
But
have a
they
damn
got
good
Verse and
offense.
Fisk. I mean, you walk into that, who are both rookies who have played together, who are great. Kobe Turner was an absolute fucking dog. I love Byron
Mhm.
Young. Like, to Greg's point, they have done well with the picks that they have. I think I get to the point of I'm tired of them, so I pick against them as opposed to
understandable.
yeah. So I don't think that was bad at all because I also think the Packers are a great pick there too, though. But yeah, go with your balls.
Well, I think so. So when we were like, it was legitimately a question. It wasn't necessarily my pick. It was a question. I was like,
Seems like
because
it.
Got it.
I'm
Got it.
pretty set on the Steelers. Like I'm really set on the Steelers.
Yeah.
Like I genuinely think that defense is special. And the Packers last year in the playoffs were fucking insane. Like Jordan Love was so good in the regular season. And he's like, oh wait a minute, I have another fucking gear. Watch this.
I just got written in a buddy of mine named Chaz, which I wonder if that's who Steve Razor 12 is. For my Dynasty League, sent me all of his picks for all of these.
Ooh.
Wow.
mind?
Okay. But
Hang on. I'll go back. I'm gonna stay with my let's do Rams Steelers. Do with my original.
Oh my God,
Let's
Greg,
go.
what
All
an idiot! We got him to do it again.
right. Again, I
Uh,
switched again.
Hold your ground, damn it!
Yeah. So
If you're gonna be a
Chaz,
dad, you gotta learn to hold your ground.
yeah, you
No,
coward.
man, I won't be around to have to answer for any of this shit. So knock yourself out.
Yeah, right. You'll be back in a week. Chaz writes in MVP, Josh Allen,
Love that.
Offensive
He's a
Player of the
popular
Year,
one, yeah.
C.D. Lamb, Defensive
Sure.
Player of the Year, T.J. Watt,
Perfect.
Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels,
Ooh.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, Byron Murphy, who I love that.
Really?
Comeback
Okay.
Player of the Year, A.A. Ron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super Bowl champs, Dallas Cowboys. Super Bowl MVP, Dak. AFC champs, which I guess just because Texans. So
Oh,
pretty-
and all Texas Super Bowl. Okay. Okay.
Texans.
He's got the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
I mean, it's Dak's last year there, man. Got to make the most of it.
If the Cowboys get to the Super Bowl, then Dak should be MVP. Dak needs to be MVP if that ends up
Unless
happening.
CD Lamb has the offensive player of the year already locked up going in. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
then he just has like 3 touchdowns and 250 yards or something silly. Like,
We're getting ahead of ourselves on this, but I just had to point out that I really hope that Dak does go to free agency because I've looked at this already.
100% will. I'm
But
very.
I've looked at this. But I've looked at this already, Deke. I don't know how much like you've seen from like this upcoming class, but like it's a very defensive heavy class, and in terms of like QBs, like yes, there's guys, but there's not like I don't think like this like truly elite guy. And also, if you look at a lot of the quarterbacks, a lot of the teams that need quarterbacks, there's probably like 4 or 5.
He wants to win that
desperately-
Ewers Drake Maybet so
yeah, he
fucking
really
bad.
does. Because, like, and also,
I'm gonna
like,
win
just, you just shit on Shador
Jackson
Sanders.
Dart, Shador
Like, you just
Sanders,
were like,
Carson
fuck
Beck,
you.
Quinn Ewers. Like, dude, we could do this all day. Carson
I'm just
Beck is
saying,
going to
like-
prove he's a generational talent this year.
Carson Beck is going to prove he's a generational talent.
Carson Beck is the
Carson
best-
Beck looks so good in week 1.
Greg, he's the
Did
best
you
quarterback.
not watch that?
Actually, I take that
The-
back.
what-
Josh, the best quarterback in college football is Nico.
Well, fuck yeah. I mean, that was he balled out
Dude, he's
in
so
a way
good.
that we have not
He's
seen in
so-
a long
I am
time.
so excited.
Maybe
for
like Marcus
Tennessee to be good
Mariota
again.
level fucking like remember Marcus Mariota at fucking
Yeah.
Oregon?
Oh yeah,
That's like the level of like he was just like
Dude.
see ya.
No, this dude's got a better arm than Mariota, in fairness.
No,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
like
think-
as
highlights
far
I
as
saw.
like
but like
way
the cool,
better.
Like he was just making it look easy.
yeah, because
Um,
like you knew like and that was the other like Marcus Mariota kind of just was like hi I'm here and everyone's like oh fuck.
This dude's
Whereas like
sick.
you like when Cam showed up everyone's like oh shit. Right when Vince Young showed up everyone's like okay sure. But like It was out of nowhere. It was awesome.
Greg, Super Bowl winner, prediction team, whatever you want to do.
Mine is unfortunately a cop out. I think the three-peat happens.
Oh, I love that.
I really do.
love that.
I think the three-peat happens. I feel like
And
I
I
look-
said, "Yo, team, somewhere we can be alone."
I want some T Swift on my TV during the Super Bowl. Just saying, I want it. I want old people to complain about T Swift on their TV, so
Yep.
I want it. But I look at this Chiefs team. I look at their situation. I don't think the West is going to be that daunting for them to manage. So that's not a problem. I look at their offense. I'm so excited to see Xavier Worthy in this offense. I really am.
Who do they
the way
play?
they're going to
just for me
utilize
write it
him?
down, buddy.
The way that they're gonna like use him in this offense, I don't know if it'll be the exact same as Tyreek Hill, but I'm very fascinated to see how he's used. And I think that Travis Kelce ends his career with a ring. So therefore, like I think this is gonna be like
Jared
the
Wiley
end.
season.
It'll be the three-peat, and then we'll get into the next generation of the Chiefs.
Do you know he's
where
only
the
a
NFL's
year
getting
younger than
better.
Gronk?
Like currently,
Travis Kelce
really?
is?
Yeah,
He's
He's old.
36.
and Gronk's
36?
37. It's 37, 36, or 36, 35.
I think he's in the
So-
last year of his contract too, so I think it just works out perfectly for that too.
Greg, fourth bold prediction. Does he end the year with 2?
I was just thinking that when I said that, Josh. I think so. I think so.
All right.
And I have the Chiefs beating the Detroit Lions.
Oh no, I can't live through
No.
that.
Yes.
Do not
Yes.
put me through that.
Yes.
Dude,
Because hear me
respectfully,
out.
they burnt their candle last year.
No way.
Yeah,
No
it's
way.
done.
Hear me out.
It's done.
There's way too much press being put on the Green Bay Packers this offseason because of Jordan Love and the run he had in the playoffs. Nobody's talking about the Detroit Lions. Nobody.
Greg,
and I cannot
Everyone's
understand.
talking
I'm
about the
so
Detroit
fucking
Lions,
sick
dude.
and tired of this
No, everyone's
pretend
talking about the Packers
underdog
over instead of the
mentality.
Detroit Lions.
This like pretend underdog status the Lions are dude. Yeah, we get it. You had
Everyone's
an
talking about
0-16
the
season.
Packers. Nobody's talking about the Lions as much as they are.
Everyone's
None.
talking about the Lions.
No, they're not. Compared to the
They
Packers,
are.
no.
Greg, stop comparing
Everyone's
them
on
to another
Jordan
team
Love train and all
because
that bullshit.
comparing them is the worst thing you could be doing right now. Compared to the Packers, they are not being talked about. Okay, the Packers are being talked about. The Lions are like 1B, my brother in Christ. They are. Everyone loves them.
I
Peace
just
be with
haven't
you,
been-
Greg. But I just wanted to keep the brother in Christ thing going. Peace be with
Yeah,
you,
okay.
Greg.
Yeah, fair.
But-
But no, I think the
Insane.
Lions get over the hump and get to the Super Bowl finally for the first time in their career, first time ever. They have the best offensive line in football. Their defense is improving. They drafted dogs in the secondary. They're getting Jameson Williams back healthy to add to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I love Sam Laporta, even though he's a young tight end, but he blew away the rookie wall thing for tight ends in general. So give me the Lions.
Yes,
winning the
Derek.
NFC.
Per Vegas odds, they are 4th in Super Bowl odds. The Packers are 9th.
Yeah. Fuck you.
What's this narrative you're spinning?
As a kind of Lions fan, we need this to be able to fuel the momentum. God damn it! I'm allowed to think about it. Okay.
I'm telling you right now, there's if you'd picked that for next year,
Mm-hmm.
the Lions make the Super Bowl next year, I would feel better about that than I would this year. Like I kind of when Derek said that Joe Milton takes over halfway through the year, I was like, that sounds real to me.
Fair.
Well,
I
no,
love
Hendon,
Hendon.
Hendon Hooker for the.
Or I'm
Hooker
sorry,
for the
Hendon
Lions.
Hooker.
Dude,
What I said,
Hendon
Joe
Hooker.
Milton.
Well, because they're both
He's in
gonna be
Alabama.
Tennessee
He's gonna be tough
quarterbacks,
for him to
baby.
take over.
Joe Milton had the arm. Hendon Hooker had like all the.
He had the it
athleticism, pretty
factor. He
much.
just happens to be 39 years
Mhm.
old. My Super Bowl predictions come in. What I think's gonna happen and what I'm gonna write down are two different things. Because Greg, I do
Okay.
at my core, I do think a three-peat happens, but I'm not gonna.
I think it
I'm
does.
not gonna will that into existence. And Josh, for you, I'm not gonna gift the Steelers a Super Bowl and be the jinx. So both
Fair.
of those are out the window. Although I do like them. For me personally, I'd love it. It's tough. It's interesting. I think that the funnest part about all of this is just the the kind of loosey-goosiness of it. He did lose his number one receiver, but I think this is the year that the Buffalo Bills attend a Super Bowl.
Oh, that would be so poetic if that's the case.
Oh.
So poetic.
I think this is the year that the Buffalo Bills attend a Super Bowl.
Okay,
But they
then
don't
the
win
Lions
it.
have to go. You have to have the best Super Bowl ever where you
The
win no
Lions
matter
and
what.
Bills in the Super Bowl would be amazing.
The reason that the 49ers win a Super Bowl is because they're
Oh
not
my
playing
God.
the Chiefs. I hate it. I don't
Hey,
feel good.
And then somehow the Bills lose to the Chiefs anyway because the 49ers beat them. It's like they lost to
Dude,
the
that's
Chiefs
the point,
anyway.
is because the Bills will do, like, the Chiefs, I think, might lose to a Raven, to a Bengal, somebody that's been their boogeyman. And then the Bills go, and they're so excited. And then the Niners on the other side of the ball are going, the Wicked Witch is dead for us, too. And I think the
They
Niners
both
finally
refuse
win.
to kick the ball.
Because here's
They
the
both
thing.
refuse to kick the ball.
To go against Greg's Travis Kelce retirement, both the Bills and the Niners, the narrative is going to be, but you didn't do it against the Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Kelsey comes
Oh, I
back,
love
they
it.
win another ring next year.
I love
That's my narrative.
Well, here's
just-
the other thing too. I think the Niners need to win a Super Bowl this year specifically
before
because
Brock.
this is the last year before Purdy has to get
I
paid.
agree.
Because once Purdy gets paid, the rebuild occurs in terms of like trying to draft and develop new guys to fill that system then. Like, because they paid everyone on that team already. The moment that Purdy has to get paid, it's cutting time
I
for
have
that
another
roster. So,
guy in this chat who
Oh.
got jealous and sent his in. So I would love to read
Okay,
this.
love that.
oh god,
Hang on a second. The Bills
Yeah.
and 49ers Super
Yeah,
Bowl,
yeah, do it.
they go out for the coin toss and they refuse to call.
Yeah.
Like both teams are just like, we'll split the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Just-
They tie.
it's fine, we're good. All
one
right,
gets
everybody go
Long,
home.
one gets Barty.
Tie. This is my buddy Colin, I call him. His name is Colin. He's the newest member of our Dynasty League. He picked up a team that is shit, and it sucks, and this team was nothing. And he has turned it into a respectable franchise that will not finish last this year.
Way to be a good GM, bud.
Dude, our Dynasty League is tough because some of the teams get so gutted that the guy just gives up and someone else comes in. But he's like, look, I'm not going to win for 5 years. Let me just collect. So, like, he'll get, like, guys that hit a little bit and then trade them for more picks because you just have to. So, shout out
Hey,
to Colin.
isn't there a team that does that professionally?
Yes.
What are their names? The Saintsburg Buccaneers?
The
Got it.
Penguins.
Oh.
No. He has MVP as Stroud. Offensive Player of the Year, Tyreek. Defensive Player of the Year, Parsons. Offensive Rookie, Neighbors. Defensive Rookie, Murphy. The common thread here. Comeback
So
player.
offensive rookie was Neighbors on the Giants?
I mean,
Yeah.
he is.
Okay.
Comeback player, Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Fuck yeah, Kirk.
AFC champs, Texans. NFC champs, Packers. Super Bowl champs, Texans. Super Bowl MVP, Stroud.
That would be the best fucking Super Bowl in a long time.
That would be the only way the Chiefs lose the premier NFL status, is the Texans coming in this year and this happening. Because if this happens, nobody's looking at the Chiefs as the elite team. Everyone's looking at Houston, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Yup.
Are we expecting
yeah.
Is anyone expecting any type of regression from the Texans this year? Just out of curiosity.
No, because they got
they came out
better.
of nowhere last
They
year.
got
and
Joe
now they have a harder
Mixon.
schedule.
They got Joe
Mhm.
Mixon, who is a much
Mhm.
better running back than Devin Singletary. Still has a ton in the
True.
tank. And you bring in Stephon Diggs, who, crazy enough, could be your wide receiver 3.
He is your wide receiver. three.
Yeah.
I hate Nico
Mhm.
Collins, for the record. Not
I-
the person.
no,
I'm
we-
sure he's
we've heard.
awesome. Dude, if I saw
We've
Nico
heard.
Collins in public, I would melt like butter and ask for his autograph and say you're awesome. The reason I dislike Nico Collins is because I don't believe guys just pop up out of the blue and are legendary talents. I believe in one and done years, like a Jay Ajayi, but I don't believe guys just pop up and are this consistent thing.
JJ wasn't a one and done year. That was like a 6-week stretch, and then that was it.
Well, a 6-week stretch, and then he goes to Philly, gets a bag. Yeah, DeMarco Murray. Like, I don't believe guys get traded as a nobody and become somebody and it sticks. It's just not like a. Maybe I'm wrong. I was trying to think of names the other day and I couldn't. I couldn't think of names that are like we traded them for kind of nothing and then they took off into the stratosphere.
You brought this up real quick, and I'm sorry I had to bring this up, but like I saw on Instagram how I think it was FanDuel had like a thing that showed like famous names that are now coaches in like college football now. DeMarco Murray is the running back coach at Oklahoma
Dude,
now.
he's so sick. I love DeMarco.
That's fucking awesome.
Tina
I'm so
said,
happy.
"Deke talking shit on Nico." Shake my head. Yep, I hate Nico Collins. Let's move in here. MVP
Isn't Kirk that story?
Cousins?
Yeah.
No, because he made a name for himself at the team that drafted him first.
Even though he kind of got like ostracized and like
Josh, he got franchise tagged 3 years in a row in Washington, and he was a top 10 quarterback there.
yeah. Okay.
Like
I
see
guess
what
it's
you're
like
saying.
a public perception thing
Yes.
versus like actuality. Okay.
Dude,
all right,
Kirk
that's
in
fine.
Washington, the You Like That tour was sick.
You
Was-
like that tour was it's my favorite gif at
Also,
work. Every time I do something that someone's surprised by, I'm like, you like that?
I guess you could say like Geno Smith, but I don't think anybody's looking at Geno Smith as this perennial number one quarterback in the league the way Nico Collins gets it.
I mean, he had the talent when he got drafted, but like he wasn't even a first round pick. Like that was a really bad.
I got to talk
quarterback.
to Kat about who EJ Manuel was the other day. It made my heart happy.
Oh
It popped up
man,
on screen. I was like, he was so good in college, and then people say he shouldn't have been drafted ahead of Geno, but he was, and he wasn't that good. So now he has a job doing college, and it's awesome.
he's
So-
good. He's good as
He's
a
so
college
good.
as a college analyst. By the way, he's really good.
Is there anything better than when your significant other takes even a small interest in football?
I'm waiting for her to ask who Tavon Austin was.
It's like
Oh,
it
my
is.
God.
It's better. Also, it's better than sex. It is better than sex. Anastasia decided that she was going to learn football this year. She bought a football like how to understand football book, and was asking questions every down at the Oklahoma game on Friday. I was just like in fucking heaven.
Josh,
to address,
I
which
think
I'm
you're
saying
so-
I'm addressing, Nico Collins was not traded. He was drafted by the Texans. I completely misspoke there. Still
Oh,
stand
okay.
by the statement of him coming up out of nowhere and being elite. Tina, thank you for calling that out. I really do appreciate that. I did not mean as that like some thing,
Shout out,
but
Tina.
come out of nowhere. I still don't believe in it. Thank you for fact checking though. That actually means a lot.
Josh, I don't think it's a mistake, by the way, that your wife wants to learn about football while carrying your future son. I think your future son is like slowly influencing her. Just saying. Just saying.
Oh, like he's like Krang from
Yes!
the Ninja Turtles. He's like,
Yes!
inside, he's like, ask Dad.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ask Dad about nickel coverage.
Krang just
let's
suddenly
get to
became the
MVPs, you
number one
fucking
baby
dorks.
name on the list.
I'll go first. Kyler Murray. I have it in my list. I'll go first because it's easy for me. I think Kyler has the running and the passing ability. They finally have a Maserati for him. I love their tight end. I like what's happening there. For me, it feels like MVP. A lot of people are like, what does that mean? It is your most valuable player. It means your team would not be this without you. I think he is going to exemplify what that means. And even though there's going to be a lot of guys in the conversation, I think it's one of those like Russell Westbrook seasons where it's like, dude, did you see what he did in Oklahoma? Like he had to average a triple-double to get them where they are. I think the Cardinals are great this year, meaning third in the division playoff spot, wild card, and maybe a win on wild card weekend.
9-8, 10-7
yeah,
type team is what you're
because of
thinking? Okay.
him, and that's why it's
Okay,
an MVP.
okay.
That's where I'm at with that. So, Josh,
Okay.
Yeah, I already said it. It's I wanted to say Matt Ryan for a second. Jesus Christ, it's Matthew Stafford. I think it's
CBS Sports is elite.
like he's. They did this on Pardon My Take. He's only received 6 votes in total over his entire career for MVP. 6.
I mean, play better.
I don't think there's a play like I.
Well,
you
so
know what
in
I-
your
like, I-
defense, he was never the
fucking
MVP of the Lions because Calvin Johnson was there.
right.
But
Right.
their Super
True,
Bowl
true.
year, who was the when did they win the Super Bowl?
Aaron Donald won
The
the Super Bowl
No,
MVP,
I'm
didn't he?
talking about MVP.
Or Koopa won.
Oh God, that was 2021, I think.
Was that the first or the second for Aaron Rodgers?
Championships 2022.
Oh, that's right. 2023, 2024 would have been the
Chiefs.
Chiefs. So yeah, 2022. Okay.
let's see, 2022 NFL season.
22 NFL. I think that's Aaron Rodgers.
I'm looking now, Josh. I feel like you're 100% correct there.
Yeah.
Yes, because Rodgers had a down year the next year and then got traded to the
Right.
Jets. So yes, I think you're right.
Patrick Mahomes.
Sure it was.
Nothing makes me happier than Josh, you saying, I think it was Rodgers, me going, it might be Rodgers, and Greg goes, actually, yeah, he had a down year in 2021, so in 2022 he won the MVP. And it's just wrong.
Well, that leads into
so
my pick
wrong.
that leads into me because I had Patrick Mahomes as my MVP this year.
Well, there you fucking go.
Okay. Greg, to
that was
me,
easy.
I think Mahomes gets the Jordan treatment. Or let's do it this way.
Yeah,
Mahomes gets the LeBron treatment.
that's
For
exactly
everybody
what
at
I
home.
was thinking. Yeah,
He's so good that you can't give it to him every year. So sorry to steal your thunder, but I love
but
it.
but he has not gotten it since 2022. Now that we can confirm, so he's due. In fairness, so just saying.
He's so fucking good at football.
I can't express to you guys how awesome it feels to know someone was in the room when I said him and Andy Reid are going to make magic. Like looking at Greg and saying this is the best draft pick of all time.
It was a lot of bells over on us too while he did that
Oh,
too, which was
my
even better.
goodness gracious. Chip
A lot.
said, who is doing the writing? Me. Why? What's wrong?
What?
I'm assuming there's a typo.
Yeah.
I
I
have an Excel sheet on. Here we fucking go. I have an Excel sheet on screen. What?
Who's doing the writing on the thing?
Me, you goofball. Why?
How do you spell by?
What?
What?
BYE.
Gosh.
Where's by?
Whoa! Hey!
Wow.
My last show, Chip.
Where is by?
Where's it at, Marsha?
He doesn't even know what it is.
Whoa!
Number one.
Bold prediction number 1. After the bye week. Is this what we're doing, Chip? Is this what we're, like, genuinely, is this on Josh's last show? Is this what we're doing?
Second last show.
Josh spelled it. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Josh spelled it, we're fact-checking, correcting. Can you guys just ever enjoy a show?
For once.
Not since Chip's New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Thanks for watching, though. I appreciate it.
No problem. I gotta go to bed.
Hey, douchebag. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye, Dad. Bye week is spelled B-Y instead of B-Y-E. No, if Josh
fuck him.
Josh was typing this, that would not be the only spelling error on the whole thing, you douche.
Yeah. And Chip would not call him out for it either.
Bro, I'm
by the
over
way.
here reading
Yeah, he would.
Niners v. Bills. Niners win. Kyler Murray. LA Rams Steelers. Like, I'm reading it like a dumbass.
Yeah.
All right, Josh. Let's go to you for Offensive Player of the Year, which, again, is the MVP per us is a quarterback thing. It always just feels
It
like
is.
who the other best offensive player is. But, Josh, let's start with you, buddy. Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh, I Googled just to get like an idea,
Yeah,
like
dude,
who's
take your
around it, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Saquon Barkley is plus 2,200.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Which I do hate for the record that MVP and Offensive Player of the Year end up being the same person. So like I go out of my way to make sure I don't do that, but still it kind of drives
Could
me
you
nuts.
see a world? So I know I'm just spitballing here, but like, could you see a world where Justin Jefferson drags the fucking Vikings kicking and screaming into the
Oh,
playoffs?
100%. 100%.
That would be so awesome.
100%.
Man.
There have been so many times that good receivers have carried bad teams in
Yes.
general to be able to just be who they are. 100%. DeAndre Hopkins did it like 2 years in a row for the Texans before he went to the Cardinals. So it's understandable.
I'm gonna say that I like that CD pick that your buddy had. I think that
Yeah.
that's he. Everyone, because he's an Oklahoma guy. Everyone was telling me before he signed that deal that like if he doesn't have a contract by the beginning of the season, he will drop balls on purpose. They were like adamant about it, that they had seen him do it, and like, but they're like, but when he's happy, he's the best. So like, guy got a bag. He's gonna want to prove it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with CD, Offensive Player of the Year.
I just like
Yeah,
that you. I just like that you just threw out like that. CD Lamb was apparently sandbagging this entire time. Like, that's
apparently,
wild to me.
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
What's funny about CD Lamb, honestly, when you look at his entire draft class of wide receivers and like who he was and everything there, it was funny.
He was the third receiver, wasn't he?
What's that?
He was the third receiver. Like
Henry
drafted in
Ruggs,
that.
Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb. I'm looking at a list. I'm not just doing this.
Yeah.
Jalen Reagor, Justin Jefferson, Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins, Michael Pittman Jr., Laviska Shenault Jr., Chase Claypool's in this class, Van Jefferson, Devin Duvernay. What I'm getting to, though, with these wide receivers is that CeeDee Lamb is generational, all-world, one of the greatest wide receivers in the NFL. He is, in my mind, I think for all of us, the second best receiver in this class behind JJ, Justin Jefferson. At the time, though, I remember Dre and I having a large conversation around Jerry Jeudy versus CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
He loved CeeDee Lamb. I thought Jeudy had the route running ability to become somebody. Little did I know.
Oh, you weren't alone.
Well, my dumbass should have just been looking a little bit to the left at Justin Jefferson, who was a better route runner, who was overshadowed by the fact that LSU had a memorialized year of greatness. Here's what I'll say, though. CeeDee Lamb, to me, has evolved. He has become one of the coolest wide receivers I've ever seen. Like, out of college, he was sick, had a little bit of swagger. Like, definitely was a guy that I was interested in at Oklahoma. When he comes to the pros, though, Lamb was such an instant, of course he's one of the best. Like, he wasn't, like, Justin Jefferson shot and then had some injuries here and there. CD shot and stuck. And there's something to be said about that, dude. I think that every cent they spent on him is great. I wish they would sign Dak again because I love the two of them. Josh, I think that's a brilliant pick.
Yeah.
Well, so off the top of my, like, you started bringing this shit up, right? And like, is this the Amon St. Brown draft where he knows everybody that got drafted ahead of him? No, that's the other one.
I don't
okay.
think so. No,
It's not.
No. I think because St. Brown just signed his contract this year, so I
they
think
just showed Taylor Swift for the first time. She is there.
Hey,
She's sitting next to
I
Papa
think
Kels, who's wearing a New Heights hat.
That's awesome.
It's planned.
Here's the one thing I did want to say about like this receiver class, which I mean, Brandon Ayuk was in this receiver class. Like this is a
T. Higgins
all-time class.
Agreed.
Henry Ruggs is in jail. No, I have that wrong.
He is, but
what the fuck?
he is, but
I thought that guy was going to be the best.
Listen, this guy,
so
that guy.
Raiders.
This is a generational class. Henry Ruggs is in jail.
do not say why he's in jail, please. Do not.
His wasn't bad. He was bad in the sense of murder, but not in the bad sense you can't say it. He drove drunk, was an idiot, thought he was invincible.
But like Henry Ruggs is like could have been that dude too.
I think he was too fast to be good. There's something about guys that are too fast. You can't be good at receiver. A quarterback can't time a guy that's too fast. Name a fast guy that's good at receiver.
Tyreek Hill.
Okay, thank you. See, I beat you to it. He had Mahomes for so long, and now he has the quarterback he considers the most accurate quarterback ever. There is no fast wide receiver that is the best wide receiver ever. When has Tyreek Hill ever been the best receiver in football? He hasn't.
He's the highest to win Offensive Player of the Year on.
Odds? Oh, yeah, I believe that. I think it's wrong. He's not the best. That doesn't make him the best receiver. Fast guys aren't the best receiver. It's fact.
How do you measure
John Ross?
Who was
John
the
Ross
best
was a way
receiver
overdraft too
in
when
a
he got in
given
there.
Fast guy.
So what is your opinion on Xavier Worthy this year then?
Boom or bust. They're all
Okay.
boom or bust except for Tyreek Hill, who has had the
Except for
two
Tyreek
most
Hill.
accurate quarterbacks in NFL history aside, not named Aaron Rodgers.
Wait, did you just say Tua Tagovailoa is the most accurate quarterback in NFL
Tyreek
history?
Hill said
According
he's
to
more
him.
accurate
According
than
to him.
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes.
Tyreek said that. Oh, fuck him. He's a fucking liar.
Greg, give me
What a
your
fucking nerd.
offensive player of the year, Greg.
My offensive player of the year. I'm saying that
Tina,
last
so
year was,
Tina is my Achilles heel, Greg. I'm so sorry to cut you off. He said Tyreek is way more than just fast. I agree. But the best wide receiver in the NFL is never the fast guy.
Mm-hmm. I'm expecting a turnaround season for him because I think he got sucked into like the bad second half for him. I'm going Jalen Hurts for Offensive Player of the Year.
Which, okay.
I think
that.
the weapons that he has to work with this year, like I would be stunned if he doesn't finish like at bare minimum top 5 in most like quarterback categories.
My only question for
would.
you.
Go ahead.
How are you going to give MVP to a quarterback and Offensive Player of the Year to a different quarterback?
This is my point. This is my point. I don't want to give it to the same person, so therefore I'm diversifying my odds.
I don't know when. This is not a trap, Josh. Do you know when it has happened before?
When Offensive Player of the Year and MVP weren't the same guy?
Interesting. I don't get the divide. I love
but
it.
I feel like it
because
always
here, Greg,
happens.
he's going to get rushing touchdowns.
Yes, he will.
Even with Saquon there, he's going to get tush pushed right up the arse.
I'm curious. That's a sneaky thing, by the way. I'm curious how the tush push looks this year without Jason Kelsey.
It's going to look sexy.
It will look sexy. Yeah, I think Cam Irving's a decent center, so like it'll be fine.
Cam Jurgens, yeah, Landon still there. Yeah, I agree.
Cam Jurgens, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said Cam
good.
Irving.
Did you find it yet, Josh?
It looks like Patrick Mahomes won Offensive Player of the Year and did win the MVP one year, 2016.
Totally believe
Fact checking that now.
I do think. Oh, Derrick Henry looks so sick in that jersey. That sucks ass. I do think that's a fair thing. I think it kind of is what it is. Keep going, Greg, on your Jalen Hurts take. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, Matt Ryan won MVP and Mahomes won
Offensive Player of the Year.
Did Rashee Rice go to Rutgers? No, he went to SMU.
Yes.
Did he go to
Yeah,
Rutgers?
Rashee Rice went to Rutgers. No, SMU. You're right. Yeah.
Isaiah Pacheco went to Rutgers. Rashee Rice went to SMU.
Mm-hmm.
Pacheco definitely went to Rutgers.
Rashee Rice went to SMU.
Yes.
Rashee Rice, but he's from Philly.
Got it.
So.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, my brain. Why do I know all this stupid, useless fucking shit? Keep going.
That's how I feel trivia every week. Every week they're like.
If there was trivia about NFL players' college teams, I would go undefeated.
Oh, I have a good one. From trivia last night. Can I run this? I want to know if you guys get this one because I missed it.
Okay.
This stadium, formerly known as FedEx Field, is now Northwest Stadium.
Say it again one more time.
This stadium, formerly known as FedEx Field, is now known as Northwest Stadium. Who plays there?
Oh, I know.
This is NFL. Go ahead, Derek.
Commanders.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great
FedEx Field at one point. FedEx Field at one point was like the biggest stadium in the NFL. It was also a shithole because a stands collapsed on Jalen Hurts at one point.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since 2003, I misread this.
Nice.
2003 was the last time that the MVP was also not the Offensive Player of the Year.
Cool.
That's
good
wild
to
to me.
know.
But no, Jalen Hurts to me just has like so many weapons to be able to work with, and I could argue that because of the offensive line, he's also going to be able to rush better, and he still has a very good accuracy trait that is going to help him with that. He's got 2 damn good receivers also to throw the ball to. So I'm just expecting better numbers this year, and I truly think that end of the season skid they had was an anomaly. I
am close with you. I believe the end of the year skid was an anomaly. I think Kellen Moore has this offense ready. I think Saquon opens up this offense a way that we've never seen before. Mm-hmm. And I do think their run game is going to be so attentive on the defensive end. I think that their rushing attack is so well known. I think Barkley signing there is so sick. Barkley and Hurts and their ability to score touchdowns on the ground are so well versed that A.J. Brown will be the Offensive Player of the Year. I love A.J. Brown.
Ooh,
I think he is an elite wide receiver. I think he has not been given the target shares he deserves. I think Devonta Smith is great. I think Dallas Goedert's a great security blanket. Saquon's awesome. All this stuff. This is the year where A.J. Brown is put up into a category that he has not been in yet, which is 1. He has always been the best, in my opinion, 2. Then not wide receiver 2, like 2 in the essence of tiers, 2 in the essence of fantasy.
Yeah.
I love A.J. Brown. This is the year, because of Saquon, A.J. Brown solidifies himself as an S-tier wide receiver.
There was that stretch too during that. I don't know if it was during the 10-game winning streak. There was like a 2-3 game stretch where AJ Brown like was putting up ungodly numbers.
I love him.
At receiver.
I love A.J. Brown.
Like so your point's well taken. Also, Jahan Dotson is the number 3 receiver on that team. Is sneaky good.
And he's fast. He's a
He
streaker.
is.
Not number 1.
He is. And in fairness, too,
Okay.
Devontae Smith is also very fast as well. But goddamn, the boy knows how to catch.
He's just
So
little, I
at
think.
least he has that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've got it. 2011, 2 quarterbacks split. So 2011, a quarterback won Offensive Player of the Year, and a different quarterback won the MVP.
Can I guess?
Sure.
2011. I'm going to
Yup.
give MVP, Peyton Manning, Offensive Player of the Year, Andrew Luck.
Wrong on both.
But am I?
And neither of those guys won either award.
Why? Fair.
Well, I
Greg
think
gets to go now.
yeah. So 2011 because I think the years were slightly off because Luck was drafted in 2012. So that
Oh,
means
you're right. I
2000
thought he was 11. That was
So-
Cam.
So 2011
You're
would have been the
right.
year that Peyton had his neck injury.
You're
so,
right. I was at fucking.
the Colts would've been
yeah.
So the Colts would have been terrible
They
that
had
year.
Scott Tolzerian or whatever.
Yes, Scott Tolzien. Oh,
Yeah, what an
Wisconsin guy. Jesus Christ.
How are you a
Um,
backup in the NFL and you win one game on an offense that was run by the greatest quarterback we've ever seen, not named Tom Brady? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Keep going, Greg.
Okay. So you said it's 2 quarterbacks, Josh. One was Offense Player of the Year and one was MVP.
Yep,
Okay.
both Hall of Famers.
Both Hall of Famers.
See, that's a clue.
Ooh. Okay. Fuck. I'm trying to think that far back. I think Offensive Player of the Year was probably Drew Brees,
Bingo.
and MVP
The douchebag.
2011. I think the Patriots. Wait. Yeah, Tom Brady for MVP that year.
No,
Drew Bledsoe.
Fuck.
nope. I'll give you a hint. The fuck you tour
What?
started in 2011.
That tracks.
Wow. So wait, Rodgers won MVP and Breeze was Offensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
That's awesome.
then-
Okay.
And then it happened again in 2008. You guys want to take a guess?
That would
Derek, I
definitely.
think you're
Wasn't
up.
that Aaron Rodgers' Super Bowl year
No, that was 2010.
when we lost him? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 08 would have been.
Was that us?
Derek's
So-
guess. Derek's guess.
Ooh.
Derek's guess. Derek's guess.
Sorry.
Offensive Player of the Year was Big Ben. MVP was. Stop saying no midway through because now I'm going to rechange
Oh,
my
I'm
guess.
sorry.
Offensive Player of the Year was Phillip Rivers. MVP. No, Offensive Player of the Year. See, now I'm going off your face because you're an asshole. Offensive Player of the Year was Eli Manning. MVP was Peyton Manning.
That would have been so fucking tight.
That would have been
Yeah,
cool.
That would've been
that would've
That would've been
never
cool.
happened.
That would have
That's
been cool.
fucked up. That should have
That would have
happened.
been cool.
No. That's,
Okay.
Peyton Manning was most valuable player, though. So you got that one.
Okay,
Who was
nice.
offensive player?
Was it Kurt Warner?
No. Good guess, though. Kurt Warner's, you got to go the other way a little bit. Although Kurt Warner would have been the 08 Super Bowl, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
with
why
the
I was
Cards.
thinking. Like,
Mhm.
that's why I was thinking Warner.
But he was like Kurt Warner, like offensive player, NFL, like MVP level was with the Rams. That was like 99.
I know, but like that Cardinal year, like fuck, he was.
It was, yeah, but it was Larry. I mean, it was all fucking
Well,
Larry. And the fact that Larry
it's
didn't win
always
offensive
Larry.
player
Like,
is
let's be
fucked.
real. It's
Big
always
Ben.
Yeah.
Larry.
Nope.
I tried it again just to make sure.
Also, Larry
Was Pey-
Fitzgerald never won offensive MVP, which is so fucked up.
Unbelievable. So wait, so Peyton won MVP that year?
Peyton won MVP.
Okay, so offensive player of the year. Ooh, I'm trying to think back to like that time. Would it have been Favre?
Nope.
Ooh. Cardinals were in like if the Cardinals were there, that means they played the Eagles in the NFC title game. Was it McNabb?
No, Deke.
Give me the year.
Oh wait.
Easy.
Okay.
I was a freshman in high school. Yeah,
I was graduating high school.
I was a freshman in high school.
was
Let's
a
go
sophomore.
with. We're looking for MVP, right? I'm sorry.
No,
Offensive
Peyton was
end.
MVP.
Thank you.
You got your MVP. That's Peyton.
Yeah, I got that.
But
Greg.
it's a
Greg didn't
quarterback.
get it. I got that.
Yeah. No, you didn't.
did.
Yeah, Greg didn't have anything to do with that. I did. Mike Vick.
Whatsoever.
No. That would've been
Was he
sick.
beating dogs then?
He was beating dogs then. Yeah.
Oh,
Beating them, sorry.
time was just off.
Fuck. Sorry, Mom, I'm swearing so much.
Okay.
I had 3 beers, which normally doesn't do me in, but
All right. Are you ready for the answer?
Greg gets one more guess.
Okay. Greg gets one more guess.
Fuck. Okay, quarterback.
I'm sorry, Mom, for Greg's swear words too.
I'm the worst. What can I say?
Matt Hasselbeck.
No, but what a great pull.
Wow. that would've been a hell of a-
Tim Hasselbeck.
I would have been a hell of a pull.
Oh,
eh,
that's not
Oh, did you
Brady.
figure it out?
Tony Romo.
Nope.
Ooh,
No.
good guess.
Not Brady either. You're almost
Damn.
good.
Can we just keep going?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to. I have another MVP offensive player
Matt
trivia question after
Stafford.
this, too. No.
He was drafted around then. Think every team, Greg.
Yeah, I'm thinking 08. This is what it was again, right? So
David
Peyton was
Carr.
MVP.
No.
Matt Schaub.
Hell yeah.
No. Matt
Thank-
Schaub fucked
Please
up.
keep guessing the same quarterbacks from the same team, Greg. Not Phil.
You guys already guessed him in a different one.
Phillip Rivers.
No.
08.
I asked
God,
you
I'm
this
trying to-
question about 2011, and you guys guessed a number of quarterbacks through
Matt
that
Hasselbeck.
situation.
Andrew Luck.
Nope. Nope.
Cam Newton.
Nope.
RG3. Alex Smith.
Nope. RG3.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Those 3 games were so impactful.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Carson Palmer.
Nope. Carson Palmer. Jesus Christ.
Matt Ryan.
Take a lap. No.
Matt Stafford.
He's a Boilermaker.
Don't do it,
Oh,
Greg.
Drew
Don't do it,
Brees?
Greg. Don't do it, Greg.
Drew Brees.
I thought Greg said
Oh,
Drew
sorry.
Brees. All right, let's get to Depoy.
All
Wait,
right.
I got one more. One more
Okay.
trivia thing.
All right, do it. I'm gonna
Okay.
pee and then I'll answer it when.
All
Greg
right.
gets
Hang
it.
on. Wait. Let me say it.
Here,
Fuck you.
What do you got?
2012 was the last time the same guy won the MVP and Offensive Player of the Year who was not a quarterback.
What year again?
2012 was the last time the same man, and he was a man, won Offensive Player and MVP, and he did not play the position of quarterback.
Fuck. You would have had to have been like
Oh, you got a bowl for me, buddy? Okay, thank you. Right. It is hot.
2012. Fuck.
That's
Okay.
corn in there. That looks great.
Shout out to Lambs.
Outland.
God, I'm trying to remember this. I'm trying to think who was like good around that time for like 2012 because that was
You have until he sits down.
okay. Wasn't Manning. It wasn't obviously. Fuck.
Put a hoodie on.
God.
Hey, he's back. All right, let's hear it.
Put a hoodie on.
Fuck. Randy Moss.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
Incorrect.
What's up?
Okay, so here's the question. 2012 was the last time that a man, and he was a man,
That's
won
the
both
emphasis.
offensive MVP and the league MVP, and he did not play quarterback. Who is it?
I left the door open to the bathroom.
That is an answer.
Come here.
Didn't know
Well,
that
Benny.
was a player in the NFL, but
Say
It
again.
was.
in 2012, the same man won offensive MVP and the
Chris
league
Johnson.
MVP. No. He did not play quarterback. Who is it?
Calvin Johnson.
No, that's a good guess, though.
Oh, that's a good one.
Damn it. This is my son. Big
It
yawn.
is your son.
He's like,
He's good.
Dad, the hell?
Mm. 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 Sometimes I look at him and I go, "You're my Pokemon." He's useless.
I always felt that way about Brody, but he was shitty at fighting.
This guy would be useless in battle. He's one of them pageant Pokemon.
And he's a pageant Pokemon.
Okay.
Oh, wait, was Brody Magikarp then?
Pretty much.
Nothing wrong with that.
Can we? Oh, I got it.
Yeah, you got it? Who
Yep.
is it?
Well, Greg's up next, but I got it.
Oh, okay.
I probably don't get it, but Larry Johnson?
No.
Way too late.
Geek, who is it? You don't got it.
I was
All
just
right, you
scaring
just want me
Greg.
to tell you.
No. Jamal Charles. Okay, you can tell us.
Okay. Adrian Peterson.
Fuck.
Oh,
Larry Johnson was a good guess, though, Greg.
Larry Johnson, yeah, but that was so, like,
Yeah.
that was like 07, 08. Fuck.
Hey, get out of there, dickhead. All right, Depoy. Let's do Greg, Josh, Deke.
Defensive player of the year.
In line with my Super Bowl pick, I think this is the year he puts up big numbers. Give me Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh,
He's on that cusp. I don't think he's necessarily like the elite level pass rusher yet, but I think this is the year he finally puts himself into that category. Especially because I think after this year he's due his 5th-year option, so then becomes the contract extension talk. So I think he has a big year this year, and I think he puts up the numbers to be the impact player. And the weakness on that team on the Lions is probably their front four. Hutchinson needs to put up numbers this year for them to actually get that respect that I think they deserve.
Josh.
I think much like the Mahomes argument that TJ Watt has kind of surpassed the defensive
Bing.
player of the year category
Off.
and is probably more likely to win regular MVP than he is to win defensive player MVP because it's like it's not fun saying that he's the best anymore. Right. It's just not fun for anybody. That's why Myles Garrett won. That's why he was robbed of the sack record.
So you got TJ Watt.
Fuck PFF, by the way.
No, I have the only dude who I think is as cool as TJ Watt that plays football in the NFL.
Such
Max
a
Crosby.
Fucking cocksucker.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Max Crosby's a fucking tits. What, did I take yours? I did take yours.
Such an
I'm
original
sorry.
thought. I'm gonna take the Caucasian guy
sorry.
that's tatted up. Ooh, I'm Josh. Douche. I'm gonna take the guy that has a lot of tattoos. He's got 2 X's in his name, just like the Generation X.
You
Yeah.
didn't even watch Rhea Ripley talk about her tattoos, did you?
I did. It's awesome.
Tattoos.
Max Crosby
It's
for me as
really
well.
cool.
I think Max Crosby is thrusted as the best edge in the NFL, and what I mean by that is like he has the stats to back it up, but so many people are saying it. It's because he has no other help. It's because that team is in shambles. I think that team is going to be like the high school team down the road who had a guy who was getting D1 offers. There was no one on defense, so he had to make 30 saves a game, even though they lost 10-0. Max Crosby, Depoy.
That's
Write it in,
that's
Sharpie.
why the Raiders to me are such a wild team this year because I like Antonio Pierce as the head coach. I like Devontae Adams. I love Brock Bowers. I like Michael Meyer. I like Max Crosby. I like Zamir White as the lead back, but like everything else about them is just like, ooh.
Yep.
Like it's just I don't know how else to describe them.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things I like about them, but yet at the same time, like I know they're not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, but, if he gets 22 sacks, doesn't matter if they're good. He's still the defensive player of the year.
Very true.
Roping in here, let's go to Coach of the Year. I will start. I am taking Josh's pick. Give me D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Just put me down for that, too.
I mean, to me last year, don't get me wrong, I think, Stefanski's a good coach. I really do. I think Kevin Stefanski is as good an NFL coach that the Browns have ever had. So him winning it last year is fine. The Flacco stuff's good. I enjoy that Stefanski was in the running. D'Amico Ryans' award to win last year, and they did not grant him it, which sucks. I think it is his to lose this year.
I think Coach of the Year always ends up going to the coach that either improves year over year, or is the one that like you clearly had a bad disadvantage.
That's a really good
and
point.
Still found a way to overcome, which Stefanski deserves. But that's where like also like the Texans were awful before D'Amico Ryans got there. So like that surprised the hell out of me. I don't have necessarily like teams off the top of my head that I think are going to take like massive improvements this year. So that's why for me, my Coach of the Year is Sean McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm doing that is because I think the Bills, after they switched their game plan and put a new offensive coordinator in there, when they changed to a more balanced offensive
I got
attack,
Bills to the Super Bowl, so I'm with you.
Yeah, like I thought as soon as they changed their offensive mindset, like they improved drastically. And I'm expecting them to take like a slightly higher step this year. So I think Sean McDermott, like because of the fact that he was able to take charge of that team and be able to kind of switch things up when he needed to, I think that he's going to win Coach of the Year this year, especially because I just look at my playoff teams. I don't see a coach on that list that's going to take like that took like a massive improvement this year. But then again, I also don't know if any of these teams are going to have anything drastic they have to overcome just yet. So
DeAndre Hopkins has an MCL tear.
Oh.
He is out 4 to 5 weeks.
Sorry, Titans.
Oof. They got Calvin Ridley. They'll be fine.
Damn. Well, there goes Will Levis. No, I'm just kidding.
And more importantly, they have Traylon Burks.
I had the MCL tear maybe 4.5, 5 weeks ago. So the thing about those is it takes a whole year for them to heal. Obviously, it's pain at that point. Right now, the way I feel, hopefully I can get out there Sunday and perform. He's going to attempting. Oh, wow, I'm an asshole. So I'm so sorry.
What?
He's attempting to play in Sunday's opener just 4 to 5 weeks after suffering an MCL tear.
Oh.
That feels weird.
That seems like not a good idea.
He had an MCL tear?
Like, by the way.
And no one reported it?
This
That
literally
seems like
says Titans All-Pro wide receiver John Hopkins is attempting to play in Sunday's opener versus Bears just 4 to 5 weeks after suffering an MCL tear. I had an MCL tear maybe 4.5, 5 weeks ago. So the thing about those is it takes a whole year for them to heal. Obviously, it's a pain point. Hopkins said, "Right now, the way I feel, I can get out there Sunday and perform."
If he can play through the pain, more power to him.
That's news, right?
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, I think that adjusts the Titans' expectations a lot.
But like that he had it.
Yeah. When they didn't say anything, or at least we just found out now, or whatever that situation is.
I'm confused.
Yeah, like shouldn't that have been reported?
He
like
tore it that long ago is what I'm seeing, right? Yeah.
Like no one, like it wasn't reported at all. That would have been like right near. That would have been during training camp. Like no one saw him go down. No one saw him like come up with any pain whatsoever.
Right.
That feels weird.
Greg, you were up for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Did he give his Coach of the Year?
Well, we did Offensive Rookie, Defensive Rookie, and then Coach. You did, Or you
No,
did
we did
you
coach already.
Sean McDermott. Sorry, that's
Sean
coming back.
McDermott, yeah.
Sean McDermott. Okay.
Y'all.
I got
y'all-
Jaden Daniels.
Why is that?
Jane Dan.
I got Jaden Daniels because I think Jaden Daniels is going to be forced to do a little bit more compared to the other quarterbacks that got drafted. And make no mistake, even though this is a very good receiver class that we have with Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors, I think this is a quarterback trophy in a sense this year. So I think that Jaden Daniels is going to put up slightly better numbers than Caleb or Bo Nix or even Drake May when he ends up playing at some point. So I think Daniels is going to have, and I think his accuracy is also slightly better, that he's going to start off hotter in the NFL, while Caleb might have some like slight adjustment to the NFL before he gets rolling. So I got Jaden Daniels for offensive rookie of the year.
I have questions.
Go ahead.
You said that Bo Nix is going to throw more touchdown passes than Aaron Rodgers this year.
Aaron Rodgers is
Indeed,
going
I
to get
did.
hurt, so he's not going to throw 0. So
Mm-hmm.
And so how many touchdown passes? So let me just Aaron Rodgers stats, okay?
Yep.
So let's just pull this because I want you to have a point of reference before you say whatever it is you think, okay?
Well,
So-
go ahead. Okay.
TD passes last year in Green Bay, he threw for 26.
Okay.
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 That TD, I want to make sure that that's passes.
That's definitely passes. That's definitely passes. Don't worry.
Why would? Because he maybe even ran for a few. Whatever. Let's say 20 something. Okay.
Okay.
So Bo Nix is going to throw more than. Let's say he's at that level. Let's say 26.
Mm-hmm.
So you think Bo Nix is going to throw more than that? So let's say Aaron Rodgers throws for 23. Bo Nix throws for 26. How many more does Jaden Daniels throw for that he wins Offensive Rookie Player of the Year?
Well, also,
rushing stats,
rushing could also
Sure.
count. Yards could count as well. So
and they will be
it's not
better.
so-
They will finish better than the Broncos.
Yes.
So you think, but I still want him to answer the fucking
Yeah,
question.
sorry, I keep answering.
Well,
for you, Greg.
what is the
Man up.
question exactly? Bud?
You're bailing him out. How many more touchdowns is he going to have?
Then wait,
It
are
could
you
be
saying how
rushing
many
and
more
passing.
touchdowns? How many more touchdowns will Jaden Daniels have than Aaron Rodgers? Okay.
And Bo Nix.
And Bo Nix, sir. Come on. Well, that's two
You just said
questions.
that Bo Nix isn't your Offensive Rookie Player of the Year.
I know, but you're saying one. You said one question. Now that's two questions I have to answer. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that is
No, it-
different.
I think we just got twisted around. Where I was
Okay.
going was that, like, if that's your pick, then you assume he's going to score more than Bo Nix.
Yes,
But you
Yes.
said Bo Nix is going to be better than Aaron Rodgers.
I did.
So how many touchdowns?
How many touchdowns did the 15th ranked quarterback in the middle of the season have last year?
That's impossible to find out, I think.
That's kind of my point. You're putting Greg in a situation where he's guessing on a number that he doesn't have any status
I
on.
am.
Greg, you also
If-
say it with your chest. I'm backing you up too much today.
I am. No, I am. I'm flat out saying that Jaden Daniels is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Bo Nix will have more touchdowns than Aaron Rodgers. So, therefore, both of them will have more touchdowns than Aaron Rodgers this. There you go.
Yeah, but how many?
Punted.
Wow, Rob Riggle was hitting the drum. That's sick.
Yeah. It would have been Paul Rudd. It should've been-
What happened here? Something happened.
You got really in your feelings
Fuzzy.
about Aaron Rodgers and it messed up your screen.
Josh, Offensive
Remember him.
Rookie of the Year.
It's fucking Caleb Williams, and you're fucking insane if you don't think it is. That
Why?
guy is so good at football.
Okay,
It's going to be so
a
cool.
lot to unpack there. Let's start with why it has to be him, and then we'll get into why he's so good at football.
Okay, it has to be him because the narrative is already there, but also I think he's the best of the rookie quarterbacks by a country mile. If he wouldn't have cried during that loss at USC last year, I'd be much higher on him.
It's tough to paint on your
Oh,
fingernails. and
shame on
lose.
you. He was showing
I like the
emotion.
painting fingernails. I don't even
You
mind
just
that.
no,
It was
you
when
can
he
do
was
it. You just
crying.
can't lose. You can't lose.
Yeah, you just can't lose. You can't lose. And I just think, like, his arm talent is so good.
Agreed.
His, like,
throwing off of platform, his sidearms, that little shovel pass where he was able to identify where the line of scrimmage was, that he wasn't past it and flipped it to the right. Like, I mean,
Daniel
he's just so
Falele is
fucking
starting
tight.
guard for the Ravens.
Yeah, I think they're breaking in like 3 new starters
No, but
on that
he's
line.
6'7". That's a
Wow,
fucking
that's right, I
guard, dude.
forgot.
That's that huge brother.
I got a prediction
Oh my
that
God,
Derrick
Derrick
Henry will run behind him the entire night.
Derrick Henry is going to rush for 6,000 yards this year.
Watch that gap, because that gap is about to get punted.
I get it. I understand why you guys both are picking quarterbacks. It makes sense. It adds up.
You think it's Marvin?
Well, off the heels of me picking Kyler Murray, here's what I'll say. Marvin Harrison Jr., I do believe, is the offensive rookie of the year. I don't believe he's out there breaking records. I do believe, though, he is the solid. Like, he's not going to go out there and torch the entire NFL. He's going to go out there and solidify himself as a Larry Fitzgerald, as a Marvin Harrison, as a guy who you go, okay, yeah, he is exactly who we thought he was. Like, do I think he's going to go out there instantly and compete with Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase? I hope. But I think he puts up respectable numbers. He's a top 10 wide receiver in terms of yards. His touchdowns, I hope, are there. We'll see what happens with him having a good tight end. I do think, though, it has to do with a couple things. One, Jaden Daniels is being asked to do a ton. I hope he's up for it. We'll see. Caleb Williams is in the best situation a rookie quarterback has ever been in, and I think that knocks him in terms of votes. That's why I'm going with
That offensive line is really bad, though.
For who?
The Bears.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it's like they're like Bears fans are talking about how bad their offensive line is.
I mean, yeah, but also in fairness too, the Commanders' offensive line isn't that good. I mean, neither is the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So.
I don't
All
disagree,
true.
Josh. I mean, you have Darnell Wright out of Tennessee at tackle there. I don't think it's a
I
great
did
one, but I
want
think it's – here's what I'll say. I don't think Aaron Rodgers – now, David Bakhtiari was electric, and they had some good guys in Lindsley. I don't think he always had a good line. He was able to move.
Never.
I think Williams is close there. And so he
Okay.
had the best right tackle in football. Aaron Rodgers did. I do believe that Caleb has enough that his skill set should
Fair.
be good there. Like, Marvin, to me, feels like a guy where it's like – Caleb was set up the most any rookie ever. Jaden was asked to do so much. Of course he did it. Marvin came in and is now a perennial top 15 wide receiver until he retires and goes to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So-
The thing with Marvin Harrison too is that I really do like him for his rookie season. Like, I think he's going to put up numbers. I think where I get concerned with him is probably my fantasy brain comes in, because like people that draft him as their number one receiver makes me very nervous in general, unless if it's a redraft league, like if it's dynasty or like, a keeper, I'm fine with that. But relying on a rookie to be your number one receiver when you don't know what that's going to look like coming in, I feel like that's probably where my brain is like, where I'm like lower on him than probably I should be, if that makes sense.
Derek, can you just give me a comp? Are we talking like Jamar Chase rookie year where everyone's like, oh, fuck? Or are we talking like
No,
Zay Flowers?
Amari Cooper.
Where he's like, oh, shit. Okay,
Amari
good.
Cooper.
Okay, cool. All right,
That's
sure.
a good one. Amari
Yeah.
Cooper's a good
Where you go, holy shit, he can handle this entire workload and it doesn't feel like a flash in the pan.
Cool. All right, that's fine.
Defensive rookie of the year, guys. We're getting to a
I have no clue.
This was we forget about this too. Like, this was a very weak defensive class in general.
It was interestingly weak. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many guys. One of these guys is going to have an amazing career. There's just so many guys that you just don't really
Yeah.
know about, right?
Especially in the secondary.
I had to look at the list again to remind myself about some of these guys, and I think, and to me, I think there's guys that are in
Yeah.
good situations because they're defensive players, like end up going to teams that are like contenders or were kind of good last year, so they might not be needed as much. But I think just because of talent, and I think he's in a situation that he's going to be needed to produce, I'm going Jared Verse.
Oh, okay.
I still don't like Jared Verse.
Man, like that defensive line without Aaron Donald is like kind of rebuilding, and I
agree.
think they're going to rely on him a little bit more. He's got the talent to be able to produce. I think he's in a very good situation. Verse, like, if he would have come out a year earlier, like he still probably would have been a top 5, top 10 pick, and he maybe not been ready for the NFL.
Yeah.
Now he stays. He maybe got dropped down a bit because of all the offensive talent that was there. And now he's in a situation in LA where, like, yeah, he's going to be a starter probably, but he's also in a good situation that he's going to learn and kind of progress slowly for that team. But I think he'll have a pretty good year.
Just looking at defensive line when you look at this award, Greg?
No, because I considered Terrion Arnold at one point too,
Okay.
but then I was kind of like, I don't know how many looks he's going to get in that secondary for the Lions, even though he's needed. And I consider Cooper King too, but I was like, I think Verse will get the numbers to like look to be the DROI.
Josh, do you want me to go next?
No, I'll just throw mine out because
Yeah,
I don't believe in it. I'm taking Chop.
Okay, why is that?
That's not a bad pick.
Taking my guy.
I love that.
Just my guy. You know, Penn State defensive players have obviously done very well for themselves over the past few years. He's a dude.
Pick, that's not a bad pick at all, because hear me out. Like the thing on him was like he was very twitchy athlete. Like he's playing on the line opposite of Bradley Chubb, who's going to get the majority of the looks anyway. So like he could get some sack numbers in Miami if he wanted to. So
That's my guy. I'm gonna ride with my guy. That's all.
Elite name too, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Deke.
There's a couple guys that, you know, if I can have a stool to sit on, I want to talk about real quick, but I have my pick. Dallas Turner, I think for the Vikings is an interesting one. I think he's not my pick. I think he's a freak athlete. He should have been drafted way higher, but he didn't perform that well in college, so it comes out there. Chop's one of the guys I really, really do like, Josh. I think in Miami, the pass rush there is allowed to be a little speedier, so he's an interesting one. The guy that I want to pick but will not pick is the Arizona Cardinals' Darius Robinson out of Mizzou. He's kind of everyone's like sweet, tender child in the draft class. Everyone was like, I got a sleeper. I got a sleeper.
A lot of
it's always him, man. Greg, but it's kind of easy for me. He was my number one defensive end in the class, Latu. He goes to the Colts, who need him, and he goes to a team where AR should have this offense kind of firing on all cylinders, meaning that the defense is going to have to play against teams they're going to be passing a ton. Latu, for anybody that doesn't understand or know about his thing, had a career-ending neck injury. Checked a second doctor, went to a school that aligned with the second doctor, and was the best edge rusher out of this class. Again, I love Dallas Turner. I think Dallas Turner, the downside of what he had at Alabama is that he played across from Will Anderson, who's one of the best edge prospects we've ever seen. And so
I think the hype was a little too much for him, because like he's not to say that he's not like an elite talent or anything, but he's not like next tier elite like Will Anderson.
Agreed. I think that he has the but Latu for me, Greg, he hits all of my boxes, checks everything. I was a huge fan of the draft, even with the medical history. So.
Yeah, your point gets taken because like I said, like almost every good defensive player ended up in a situation where they're on teams that were either playoff teams or were pushing for playoffs. So therefore, like they have some stability, they have some decent coaching. Yeah. So I think that most of them are going to be in spots that they can produce and produce well. So there's going to be I think there's going to be some sneaky good young defensive players this year that we're probably not thinking of, but they're just going to get the looks.
Mason Smith. I mean, I'm gonna pull up the draft just to call names that are like Terrion Arnold is a great call out there. Darius Robinson's a name that has to be good. You know my love for Nate Wiggins on the Ravens. We'll see how he performs tonight. Getting in some of Luke Ororo from the Atlanta Falcons if they can get something. Jerzon, because he changed his name there. Jerzon Newton. Coming out of Illinois is one of your guys. He's on the Commanders. Devondre Sweat in Tennessee.
He's hurt. He's hurt. Johnny Newton is hurt.
Yeah.
He's not starting week 1.
Oh, 100%. I don't think that negates the fact that he could be Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I'm with you. He's hurt there. Josh, I picked Latu.
I heard. I have the Bluetooth on.
Let's do Comeback Player of the Years, boys, and I'm going first because you guys can suck it. Russell Wilson.
Okay.
Fuck you. Josh.
Is this your version of the fuck you tour? Okay.
Well, Russell Wilson for me, like he was benched for being too good last year and ostracized and traded out. And this year, if we're going to a Super Bowl, It's either because of him or Justin Fields
In
starts
spite
like
of him.
week 4 or something. So I want Russell Wilson.
Okay. That's the first time I've heard someone say that like he was benched for being too good.
He
That's
was.
interesting.
So the first year he got to
was.
Denver, he was terrible. Last year he
Yep.
was too good, and they benched him.
I think
because he
that's
was doing,
true.
100%. He was doing too well
Yeah.
last year, and they wanted a high draft pick to get Bo Nix, which makes total sense. Derrick Henry, first touchdown of the year. Lockett.
Ooh,
He's
they had
so-
a whole
Man,
open
that
up.
sucks. I fucking hate that. I hate it so much.
Mhm.
I hate it.
As a Steelers fan or a Titan fan?
As a Steelers fan, I hate nothing. Well, and a Titans fan, both.
Yeah.
Am I going?
Would I be crazy if I flew in for the Steelers game the Sunday before Thanksgiving? Is a text I just received from my girlfriend. We should go to that game.
Is that crazy?
I will
yeah,
buy
it's fucking
Both
crazy
tickets.
awesome.
Please. Yep. Don't even. She sent me 17 other texts. Didn't read a single one of them. That's the only
That's
one.
the one.
That's the only
That's
one
the
that matters.
one. I
Josh,
love it.
comeback player of the year.
Oh, I want it to be Kirk so bad. I want it to be Kirk so bad. Give me Kirk.
Why?
I think there's a world. There's like, it's so tough, right? Because I stood on the table for Michael Penix Jr. And then at the draft, when he got drafted, you turned to me and you said, "I'm sorry," and you shook my hand because the Falcons took him. And the quote was, "If a Michael Penix Jr. is on the board, you can't not take him," right? And you can see a world where Kirk can't actually bounce back, right? From his injury, his age, all that kind of piles up against him. And Michael Penix Jr. takes the throne, and here we go.
Fair.
But in the same breath, you can see it going totally the other way, where Kirk comes in, he does Kirk things, and the Falcons are a playoff.
Do you know what the game is?
What game?
The week before Thanksgiving.
No.
Steelers
No, I
Browns.
don't.
Is it Ravens?
But it's Steelers.
Oh.
It's Steelers at Browns.
Hmm.
So I don't think.
She doesn't.
But I think she
You
just
know-
wants to come enjoy it.
You know what's funny?
in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I was gonna say because the Sunday before Thanksgiving, I'm actually driving to Cleveland from Louisville, so that actually would have been kind of funny.
She's, yeah.
Or is she telling you she wants to go behind enemy line?
I don't want to go to Cleveland with a girlfriend. I'm not
Okay.
built. I'm like transparently. I'm not built passive
For that.
enough to have my girlfriend and I wearing Steelers gear in a Browns stadium where I have to just be okay with everything.
Smart.
Because the
Mhm.
second I get a beer spilled on me, we're going to jail. Like I'm not built. I'm not built that way.
No.
I know me. I hate that city. I hate that fan base. I hate that fan base so much. I hate Cleveland Brown fans so much.
I'm
much.
I'm good with only ever going to Cleveland Brown Stadium that one time that me and you went for that U.S. men's national team game, and
Yeah.
I'm good.
Dude, I can't stress enough that whole city should burn in hell for what they did around the Big Ben time and then backing up the Brink truck to Deshaun Watson. That whole city. Because
Well,
in
also-
one off season, they all said, "Can you guys stop picking on us? We get it." Dude, that whole city is a bitch made. If you're from Cleveland, bueno, you're bitch made. You are
Well-
bitch made.
Also, for anyone who defended Myles Garrett for literally attacking someone
Assault.
without a
You are bitch
assault.
made if you're a Cleveland Browns fan.
hmm
Find me somebody that proves that wrong, and I'll show you a fucking liar. Malik, you're up for your comeback player of the year. Bitch made.
There. I don't know if this one counts because he did kind of play a little bit at the end of last year, but he was injured to start for most of it. Give me Cooper Cup.
I love
Interesting.
that pick. That is 100% real. Why
I think-
interesting, Josh?
Also because like
I-
so many people have like forgetting about how good Cooper Cup
Dude,
is and fantasy
Love
drafts
that
well.
pick, Greg. Love it.
Wild.
Yeah, I guess the reason I said interesting was because I was like, does it count? Like, can he win it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good question.
Then if he can win it,
For me personally, like Puka took over that team. Cooper
Yeah.
Cup, he was literally like, there are 2 receivers in our lifetime that won the Triple Crown, right?
yep.
Mhm.
A 6'6" god crafted from marble.
Yeah.
In a short wide receiver from
Eastern Washington.
Eastern Washington. Is it Eastern Washington?
It's Eastern Washington, yes.
Who should not have made the NFL. Like,
No. No, you shouldn't.
he's genuinely in the conversation season-wise with Megatron. And,
And-
dude, he's so sick.
Megatron is exactly what you want from a wide receiver and retired early. Got out of the NFL early while he still had his health and
Yeah,
stuff.
he said he
And
wants
it's
to
now,
take care
by
of his
the way-
grandkids or whatever. Which is
And by the way,
awesome.
is now the president of a cannabis company. So shout out to him. He's doing well. But like it's still just wild to see like the polar opposites of those two in general.
All right, let's get to the last one. Greg wants is your 7 playoff teams from each.
Mm.
I wrote these down. So
I didn't.
AFC. My number 1 seed, Houston Texans.
Okay.
Number 2 seed, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 3 seed, Baltimore Ravens. Number 4 seed, the Buffalo Bills. So those are my division winners. And then my 3 wildcard teams for the AFC. The 5th seed, Cincinnati Bengals. The 6th seed, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We have very similar lists.
And the number 7 seed, the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, I love that. NFC.
My NFC, the 1 seed, Philadelphia Eagles. The 2 seed, the Detroit Lions.
Hey,
The
that
3 seed, the San Francisco 49ers.
Xavier Worthy touchdown.
Shout out because I got him in one of my leagues. 4 seed, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So those are my division winners.
Yep.
My 3 wildcard teams. The 5th seed, the LA Rams. The 6th seed, the Green Bay Packers.
That was an end around. Wow.
Mm-hmm. And my number 7 seed for the NFC, the Chicago Bears.
Gasp. Okay, Josh.
I need more time.
All right, I can do mine. I will need. I need to write it down in real time too, because then I'll need to convert it over to the live stream.
That's what I'm doing. I'm like.
Yeah, but I need to.
I know what I
do
want,
it.
but I don't have it written down.
I got
Yeah.
a sticky note.
I'm the same.
All right, I will go AFC. The 1 seed. I'm going Chiefs.
Okay.
2 seed Ravens. 3 seed Texans. 4 seed. Dude, I'm going Dolphins.
Ooh, all right.
I love the Bills. I think everything about the Bills. I think what makes the Bills my team to go to the Super Bowl, they need a nitty-gritty run.
You need the wild card. You need the wild card run.
But they are going to be. So then I'll give them the next one, so that way they're not playing the Chiefs instantly. They'll play someone else. That
I
runs
do
there.
like that you're making it so the Bills don't get the home field advantage for like in the snow because
they need against
because
it.
I think the snow has been like a curse for the Bills essentially because everyone talks about how big of a
Dude.
home field advantage is, but like they've lost every time.
If the Bills had the Lions schedule this year, they would not lose to anybody. Meaning that if the Bills had to play every game in a dome, they're the
Yeah.
they're the second fastest team on turf behind the
Mhm.
Dolphins. I love James Cook. I think that their receivers are lacking, but I think they do have speed. Shakur and Samuel have speed. Keon Coleman,
Right.
I really hope he's not the bust of the year like I called him. We'll see what happens. Here's one thing I'll say about the busting, though, Greg and Josh. Haven't heard a lot about him lately. Scares me in a good way.
Mm.
Haven't
Yep.
heard a lot about him. So we got Chiefs, Ravens, Texans, Dolphins, Bills. I need two more. It sucks, but it's easy. Bengals, Steelers.
Yep. Okay.
NFC. Which sucks too. It does, because I want the Texans to be good. I do believe they are the second best team in that division. And I do kind of weirdly enough want the Chargers to be good. I can't explain why.
Oh, I
'Cause Harbaugh.
would
fucking
love
hate
Harbaugh to be good.
I
Yeah, but
fucking
it's
hate
more
Harbaugh.
fun when he's good. It's
more
always
fun-
more fun when the bad guys are good.
Justin Herbert has to be good.
In your
Has to
brain,
be, has to
he's
be.
like,
like
he has
in my
to be
brain, he's
good.
throwing for 4,000 yards and he's
Yes.
good.
Yeah,
Justin Herbert is like the prototypical quarterback for an NFL team. But like this is going to be the year that he's probably not throwing as much. Like they're going to be a run heavy team.
Yeah, I'll go NFC is the Niners. I have them as my Super Bowl winners. That makes kind of all the sense in the world to me there. Next, I'll go Cowboys. I think they win that division. Sorry, Greg. I just
Okay.
they are in my mind. This is the last year, and I think I like what Jerry did, which is not like, hey guys, this is the last year that I'm paying you. It is this is the last year you guys have to prove to me you deserve to be paid, which I love. So transitioning from there, we got Niners, we go Cowboys. I think the winner of that division is the Packers. So I'll go Packers here.
Ooh, okay.
I think that makes all the sense in the world. And I don't disagree with your take, Greg, on the Bucks, but I'll go Falcons. I really do believe in Kirk. I believe in that offense. I think this is a winnable division. I think that the Bucks are complacent and not in like a we're just happy being us. I think their roster construction, the guys they've brought in, their draft picks scream complacency. From there, I'll give the Eagles the next one. I do think the Eagles have a good enough roster to get past Nick Sirianni being a bum. Shout out Isaiah Likely, who just caught a ball 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got two more coming in here. This is where it gets tough. You got to go Lions next. They've earned that.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One team left. It's not going to feel good, but I picked them. So Cardinals. So I have a down year for the Rams, it would seem.
See, that's kind of the interesting thing that like you're struggling on some teams to figure out how to get in those last wild card spots. So there's some depth this year. Like it's gonna be interesting.
Can't do that.
all right, I'm ready.
Let's see what you got, bud.
You did both, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
This is where we
All right,
found out we haven't
go
been
for it.
live for 20 minutes. Okay. NFC. You want me to start with AFC?
No,
is that
no.
easier?
You're good.
No,
Okay.
no, do it.
I had already typed AFC. I was like, fuck.
Oh. Jordan Love and the Packers are the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Okay.
Eagles are the 2. Rams are the 3.
Ooh.
I think Baker Mayfield brings the Bucks in at 4.
Cool.
All right.
As
all
we
right.
talked about, Lions deserve 5. I think one last year with Dak, I really was trying to work them out of this, though. I was like, there's no way. Like, this has got to be
They're
it.
too
But
good.
they're still too good. And then I have Falcons at 7 as well. I think it's a race between the comeback player of the year and the offensive rookie of the year as to who can drag their team into that 7 spot. Kirk and
Caleb.
Caleb.
So wait,
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Who did you pick?
Packers, Eagles,
Rams, Bucks, Lions, Cowboys.
Falcons.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I heard Falcons, and then I heard you say Caleb Williams, and I was like,
Yeah.
am
You're
I
like, wait, what?
tripping? Okay,
Two
I'm
from
the one
South
with the
is
drugs.
wild to me.
I am the noise.
AFC. We already made the aforementioned Texans my number 1 seed. That was a bold prediction. And then the Bungles. Everybody forgot about Joe Burrow.
Disagree. I have them, and Greg has them in the playoffs.
That's the pardon my take line. Is everybody forgot about Joe Burrow?
Got it. The other
he
podcast.
dyed his hair platinum blonde. I mean, there's
looks sick.
Everybody forgot about Dre. You know, it's pretty easy. At 3, I think my defensive player of the year, Max Crosby, drags the Raiders kicking and screaming to a division title.
Love that pick. I love that.
I love this.
Also, it's our defense of the year pick. Just because you went first doesn't make it yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You get to pick Max Crosby.
Dude, you don't understand how much that has sabotaged my professional career. We had a guy who we were pitching something where it requires a bear suit, and I said dibs on the bear suit, and our creative lead wrote, just so you know, that means you have to submit a video of you auditioning for the bear suit. And I said, no, Chris, that means I get to submit a video and you all have to watch that video. And he goes, no, we get to watch that video. And I was like, you get it. Like, you get the thing. You get the thing.
Yeah. Number 4, they are the only team from their division to make the playoffs. Jets, Jets.
Love it.
Ooh, that's another bold take on your part. The only
I
team
don't
from
think
that
it's
division.
bold, man. Like, it's
No, not the
like,
Jets winning the
I'm
division.
with you.
The only team from the division going to the
I could
playoffs.
see the Dolphins, Bills, and Jets all making it.
Yeah, I have a different division getting 3 teams in, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had all 4 in. It's the AFC North. Steelers at 5, Ravens at 6. I just think we're the best division in fucking football. And then 7, Travis Kelce and the Chiefs get in at 7.
Love it.
Wow.
And Patrick Mahomes gets dicked down by CJ Stroud. Well, no, I guess he wouldn't because they would have the bye. The Bengals would dick down the Chiefs.
That is their kryptonite. You're not wrong.
It is their kryptonite.
It is their kryptonite.
And the Bengals would have the home game.
They would. I love your Raiders winning the West pick. I really do. Like I said, there's so many guys on the team I like, but like I can't commit to them.
I just loved, and the other part of this too is like, I just want the Chiefs to never have a home playoff game again, because we already know that they can win at home forever. And it was so much fun last year being like, yeah, but can he do it in Buffalo? Yeah, well, can he do it in today? Can he do it in today? And he was like, yes, actually, I'm still Patrick Mahomes at Arrowhead or anywhere else on the planet. I'm still Patrick Mahomes.
I love the disrespect you give them by putting them at the 7th seed, though. That's amazing. I absolutely.
But that's not their regular season was so fucking bad last year that they had to play road games through the playoffs.
You're not wrong. I will give you that. They still won the division, though, which I think is probably what people like are also realizing. But yet, the West last year was kind of very weak.
It was really bad last year.
Yes, it was.
Really
So, yeah, but no, I absolutely love that you have the Raiders there as the division winner. That's fascinating. And I'm not surprised in the slightest you have the Jets winning the division. I figured you'd be all on the Aaron Rodgers tour on that.
Well, you can see a couple of things happening in the AFC East. You can see Aaron Rodgers returns to form, and the Jets we thought we were going to get last year show up this year.
The Jets have a top 5 defense that is no joke whatsoever, and they have a lot of really good skill players. But it's all based on that entire team is literally going to be based on if Aaron Rodgers can either stay healthy or he just because like a normal Aaron Rodgers, that team is probably at bare minimum 9-8.
So let's just say that you see them being competitive, okay?
Oh, 100%.
You can see
100%.
the Dolphins going screaming off a cliff this year. That's not a hard line to find.
The scary thing about the Dolphins, and this is something that I don't think a lot of people think about with them, is that they're a very good run team. Very good. Mike McDaniel comes from the system of like when Kyle Shanahan ran like 4 running backs in San Francisco before they got McCaffrey. So like they just had like a rotating door of them. Like Raheem Mostert was the third best, was like I think at like the third highest scoring running back last year in fantasy. Like that's not a joke. And A-Chain is healthy. So like the Dolphins are one of those teams that like they're very good rushing heavy. You have 2 very good receivers. The defense is probably the part where like people have question marks about. So I can see that logic. And I can see it being like extremely boom or bust on that side. So I get that.
Question marks about
It could also
their
be
health.
though that they get off. What?
So I have question marks about their health.
Yeah, their health.
Yeah.
Also, like, is this the year the Mike McDaniel's bit gets old?
No.
No,
He was in the
'cause
Mannings thing, so no.
Okay.
I think
So there's-
well, what do you consider as like the Mike McDaniel like? What do you consider it? Just out of curiosity, like
It's a
the
really
like
good question.
like the
So,
dork
like-
type mindset, the like short quarterback whisperer type mindset. Like what are you?
All
what
of
are you
it.
getting at?
Like the wonderkin, the offensive genius, the I'm the cool head coach. Like, does that all just finally like on him? I hope it doesn't. For the record, I like him, but you
Oh,
can
yeah.
see that happening.
I mean, like, I would be hard pressed to find anyone who doesn't like Mike McDaniel. I mean, like, unless you're like a Bills fan or a Jets or Pats fan, maybe. But like, I can't imagine if you're a football fan how you don't like Mike McDaniel. Like, there's just something about him.
Yeah,
that just,
I agree
like,
with that. He's an Eric Spoelstra guy. Like
Yeah.
he had played the game,
Yeah.
but he earned his stripes. He was in
Right.
that Redskins organizational room with Sean McVay and all them, and or Shanahan, excuse me. He's one of the guys that like earned his way there. It's really cool to see him
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Greg.
Which
So
still blows
there's-
my mind, by the way, that the Redskins at one point had like just so much like offensive like brain power like in one room, and yet they still have been irrelevant for as long as they've been. It just
Yep.
blows
They
And,
didn't
my
and
listen
mind.
to
Kershaw
him.
and Stafford went to the same high school. We all know, Greg.
Oh,
And then the thing with the Bills is you can see them getting off to a slow start, them firing the coach, and then it's just turmoil.
You think they would fire McDermott? No way. I would
You
find that
don't think
really
his
surprising.
seat is fucking hot as hell?
No way.
I would
Greg
say that's
has
the
him as
first
coach
fucking
of the year.
fired. Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
I'm standing my ground on that one. There ain't no fucking.
and
way
I have
it-
them in the Super Bowl, so.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Uphill
Ain't-
battle. Also,
ain't no way.
first, no, I have Nick Sirianni as the first coach fired.
Nick Sirianni is the head coach of the
Eagles.
Eagles, right? Okay. Is the Giants coach? Did they change coaches yet?
Brian Dubal. No.
No, 'cause I think the knock on him is that like people aren't blaming Dabble
He's
at all.
bad.
They're blaming Daniel Jones
Yeah,
for
but
being
Dabble's
bad.
bad. Like Greg, can we all sit here and accept the fact that Brian Dabble was not a Super Bowl winning coach?
Yes.
Like
Absolutely,
okay, move on.
absolutely.
Give him this year when you
Mhm.
guys get the first overall pick, can him, bring in someone else, draft Carson Beck. The Cowboys lose Dak. I was waiting for like a banter after the arms.
No,
out.
I'm sorry.
But I'll keep
Like,
going.
I was-
The Cowboys lose
I was
Dak.
waiting.
The
because I wanted to, like,
Commanders have a fun offense that sucks. Josh is
Curious how
watching.
long-
He's watching anime right now. Greg, help me.
I'm sorry.
No,
He's
I'm
just-
listening.
But think, like genuinely, I don't know. He seems like the most fireable at this point.
Ooh.
I don't
I
know
gotta
who's the
think
most
about
fireable in your brain.
At
'Cause
the moment,
McVay won't be fired, and I'm just going divisions. I'm not naming.
What about Mike McCarthy? If they get off to a slow start,
that's probably like
I've
Ding,
never
ding,
seen
ding.
a guy like Jerry Jones tie himself to such a slow horse before.
I know, right?
Like if
What
I was
is
him,
that
if
about?
I was Jerry Jones, I'd be calling Sean McVay and saying, "Who's the next guy?" Like, hey man, vulnerable. Who's the next guy?
Or like he calls Sean McVay and goes, "How much?"
No, I think McVay's cooked. I like McVay.
Oh, okay.
I think he had his window, and like I'm not saying
Yeah.
he'd be a bad coach, but his high level of year after year after year of no matter who's there, we're good. It's cooked. Now, granted,
Okay.
he
Cool.
still could be a great coach. I think McVay's not gonna. I think he's gonna ride off in the fact that he was the guy for a year. I could see him retiring soon.
Is it the
you think-
mystique? Well, I mean, like there was a. I think it was the year they won the Super Bowl. Like he actually did consider retiring after that. Like kind
I
not
think
not
he
the same
loves
Yeah,
thing
he
that
did.
football.
He talked about it.
But I think
Yeah.
he goes into the John Lynch category. Is that's who the 49ers GM
Oh,
is?
front office. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you,
I like,
yeah.
I like that.
I could
okay.
see Sean McVay going, "Hey man, look, like the day-to-day's too much. I'm 45 now, a young fuck." And he goes, "I want to be an executive. I want to hire everybody and tell them what to do, and then I want to go fuck off to my island."
Dude, it could be like a Brad Stevens type move. Like you win a ring. As an
Yeah, I
executive.
mean, that's
like
what I
that.
see for McVay. Dude, he deserves it. He was the
He does.
coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life in the game of football. Not a player.
I'm curious your mindset though about like the shine kind of wearing off on him.
Yeah.
Is it because of the fact that there are so many other coaches that kind of fit that same mold that are
Yes.
doing like, unique and exciting things as well?
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Toothfold, other teams caught up. So McDaniel's going, and McDaniel's getting a head coaching job, I think screams volumes. I'd even add a
Shanahan-
Sean McDermott there, a Shanahan, yes. Like Shanahan before, but this era of these young, hip, like eyewear trainers, coaches is cool. There's two types of coaches that matter in the NFL. There's
Okay.
Sean McVay and there's Andy Reid. There are the longevity coaches who earned their right. Ron Rivera will always have a potential to get a job. Bill Belichick will always be somewhat in the hunt. Mike Vrabel's in that class, despite not coaching long enough, where they will always be in the hunt, be in the hunt, be in the hunt.
Mike
Mc-
Vrabel should have a job for the record, but
I
that's
agree.
another
Well, he
story.
does have a job. It's not good.
Well, he should have a
McVay,
more prominent job.
O'Connell, Mike McDaniels.
Yeah.
I'll even say that fucking dork in Arizona. They are all hired because they are young and they had one unit working well. And because that one unit worked well, they are given the keys to a franchise. Now, is it going to work? I don't know. It's tough. But, dude, like, the hot, sexy, young coach thing, it's kind of ran its course. Because guess what? Every year it gets trumped by fucking Andy Reid.
Okay, so who's the old fat coach then that's gonna come back around is the real question.
Watch it be if it's Jeff Fisher, I'm gonna lose my.
I mean, we
Oh,
we
man.
have to have a realistic conversation of when Mike Tomlin is done in Pittsburgh, and I'm not saying it's this year. Does he?
No.
But genuinely, let me ask you: if you could predict the future and it was a coin flip, what side are you picking? Mike Tomlin retires a Steeler. Mike Tomlin retires anywhere else in the NFL as a head coach. Like, if you had to pick one of those two. But think about it. Like, I think he retires a Steeler. Do I believe that the Rooneys are happy with who the Steelers have been? No. For me personally, I see this situation sticking out. Do I personally see Mike Tomlin lasting past Ben and Company, Duck and Mason, Ben, Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph, and Duck Hodges still, for some reason,
Yeah.
to Kenny Pickett again, to now Russell and Justin Fields, arguably the best quarterback tandem we've had ever. If this situation doesn't go correct, I could see Tomlin retiring.
As in, like, stepping down, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, or like him just being like, I'm fucking done with this
Him
shit.
moving to our front office and being done as a head coach. He's earned a place
Sure.
there. He's earned a place in the Steelers' Ring of Honor forever.
Oh.
And
Yeah, that goes
if
without saying.
my team was operated by Mike Tomlin, I can't express to you how happy I would be.
Okay.
The haters of Tomlin jumped way, way, way too early on this topic.
Yeah.
but it's still kind of real. And Juju just dropped a ball because he's a fucking fraud. This is kind of like a really defining season for Tomlin lovers, and it sucks.
Do you so that's where you're going with your young sexy coach conversation? Was like
There's no
then
answer
this-
to it. It's always going to be the young sexy guy, but they're always going to get beat
Okay.
by an Andy Reid.
Okay, I got what you're saying. All right.
I'm trying to think of
You
an
want some
An-
other?
Yeah, do it. I'm trying to think of other
Okay.
Andy Reid-esque coaches.
I mean,
So
Dan
here's-
Campbell would be like.
Dan Campbell is
Yeah.
such an Andy Reid guy, dude. Oh, I love
Yeah.
that so
I don't think
much.
he does. He come from the Andy Reid coaching tree.
Dude,
I don't think he does.
No, but hear me out, Greg. Jared Mayo
comes
and
from,
D'Amico Ryans feel closer to Andy Reid than Sean McVay.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
100%.
D'Amico Ryans feels an Andy Reid coach.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't think so. I feel like D'Amico Ryans is a fucking throwback to like the John Madden fucking
Agreed.
Gruden Cower era.
But if you're going Andy Reid or Sean McVay, that's our
sure.
conversation. He's
Yeah,
more Andy
yeah,
Reid.
yeah, yeah.
Technically,
That's
D'Amico
what
Ryans does
we're
come
talking
from the
about.
Sean McVay tree because D'Amico Ryans was the DC for Kyle Shanahan, and
Good
Kyle
point.
Shanahan comes from the Sean McVay tree. So
No.
Um,
Kyle Shanahan was a head coach before Sean McVay.
I thought Kyle Shanahan was the OC for Sean McVay.
Kyle Shanahan was the OC in Washington and got hired as the 49ers coach before the Rams. Oh, I'm telling you, yeah. Shanahan was the youngest, sexiest
Mm.
coach. He was in the 49ers before. Let's look. I don't want to just say shit.
Oh, Shanahan was like, even when he got the OC job in Washington, right? Well, he had RG3. Does that timeline make sense?
Yes.
I don't know if he was the.
Yes.
I don't.
It was his
I
dad
don't
that owned
know
the
if he was
coach.
the OC. I thought he was like the offense. I thought he was like a quarterback coach or
Hold on.
offensive assistant with RG3.
Shanahan left the Texans to join his father Mike with Washington. Washington Redskins performance, blah, blah, blah. He was fined for insulting a replacement official. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, no,
Oh,
so here we
remember
go. For the Redskins, he was the OC. For the Browns, he was the OC. Falcons OC. He was the 49ers head coach in 2017. Sean-
Okay,
And that was
was
coming off of the Matt Ryan.
That was
Mhm.
the
All-
same exact year that Sean McVay went to the Rams.
Okay.
But here's what I'll give you credence to. I'm sorry to cut everyone off. That was interesting.
You're good.
Sean McVay was with the Redskins as an offensive assistant in 2010. He then moved to tight ends coach from 2011 to 2013. He then was the OC for the Redskins from 2014 to 2016, and then in 2017. So Kyle Shanahan for the Redskins was the offensive coordinator from 2010 to 2013, meaning that he was Sean McVay's boss. Or no, yes.
Right.
Fuck you, Greg.
Yeah.
Wow.
McVay was the tight ends coach under Shanahan. I highly doubt their room operated that way, so I'm sorry to word it that way. But
That was the Chris Cooley years, I'm pretty sure, now that I think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So Sean McVay helped make Chris Cooley a household name in fantasy. Shout out.
Okay, so I have a list of guys I think could be on the hot seat.
okay, do it.
Okay. Let's read it off. Let's go.
Doug Peterson, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Deke, I disagree with you.
Go, do it.
Because Sean Khan's already come out numerous times and said the expectation, especially with the money they've invested and the draft picks that they've accumulated, like their expectation is to win.
Okay.
And win right now. And I look at the Jaguars and I'm like, you have a lot of talent on that team, but are they really that much closer to winning, especially after how good the Texans got? Like, I think Peterson, I would not be shocked if even at 8-9 or 9-8, Peterson gets fired and then they bring in a new hotshot guy to try to get it rolling there.
Well, okay. I guess then define hot seat. If they will get
I was saying mid-season.
But that's my point. So, Greg, yes, if we're
Yeah.
defining if this team does bad, this coach will be fired. That's different than hot seat. And here's my argument against you. The entire Jaguars organization has only sung the praises of maybe 3 players. Josh Allen, defensive end.
Yep.
Travis Etienne, running back. Quarterback Trevor Lawrence. And a multitude of ways. Christian Kirk comes in, is a massive signing, broke the market, which was
Which
awesome.
everyone made fun of, and
no,
everyone got egg on their
If
face
you
for.
consider the fact that other teams then had to overpay all of their receivers who were slightly better than Kirk, it was amazing because you look at their division and they fucked over everybody and it was awesome. Then you break down Trevor Lawrence. I think he has been a top 15 quarterback his entire career, which I'll give. Should he be higher? Yes, and I believe the team believes he should be higher. Travis Etienne's their best offensive weapon. It's not even close. They pound him into the ground this year. Josh Allen, I think you could list him as a super dark horse defensive player of the year next year and be happy with your bet. Might be $5. You'd be happy with it. They've missed a couple picks there, but for me, that division, I love the Texans. I love the Titans. I love the Colts. I also love the Jaguars. I do genuinely believe anyone wins this division. So if we're talking hot seat, like they could get fired week 1, Doug Peterson's not in that conversation.
Okay. If you're defining it that way, sure. I'll gladly do it.
Josh, back me up here. I'm not defining it this way. That's the definition of hot seat.
Hot seat is like
they could get fired
the
any
second.
minute.
Yeah, the
Not
second
8,
things
9.
start going wrong, they're gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hot seat, I was looking at as like the team that is like the coach that's like under the most pressure to
Agreed, Greg, but the coach under the most pressure isn't getting fired at the end of the season. He's getting fired
It's like
during the season at the very least.
Okay, got it.
like Nick Sirianni, right? Like
I
we
think
just
he's gone
talked
by the
about
bye
it.
week. That's hot seat.
Yeah, that's hot.
Now, if Jared Mayo gets
Or,
fired because they don't do it by the end of the year, or if Scott McDermott gets fired because they don't make the playoffs because they lose in the last week, and that was the defining moment, not really a hot
Or
seat.
Salah, we were talking about being a mid-season.
Like Tom.
Okay, next one.
That was my bold prediction, yeah.
No. Next one, Kevin Stefanski. Browns.
No.
I think
How?
personally, he's close. Here's why he's not in the hot
Okay.
seat. He's probably the best coach they've ever had, and this
That's
is
true.
like I'm
Maybe
not
next
even
to
joking.
Marshawn Highland, but yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
it's tough because, dude, it's like, all right, well, we don't want to just accept the best coach we've ever had. Well, I almost guarantee he wasn't the only person paying Deshaun Watson. Like, I feel like there was a couple other variables involved in that. So if you're going to tie him to the success of a rapist, it's kind of tough to, like, sit there and say, oh, that rapist is really worth all this money. I think Stefanski is a good NFL coach. I really do. And I think that he has been hamstrung by a franchise that is fucking ass and all their fans suck ass, and a franchise that is not good at football. So I'm giving him a little more leeway than is probably happening.
Which is really interesting that you feel that way about Stefanski and don't feel the same way about Salah.
100%, dude. It's weird. I don't know why I defend Stefanski the way I do. It's like
Yeah.
it's like if someone comes to evict you and I defend that guy, not like fuck the company, fuck the eviction, fuck the
Yeah.
leasing office. The guy that came was super nice. That's how I
Yeah.
feel about Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
It's good logic.
That's-
It's
okay.
good logic.
The next one, I feel like because of what happened with JJ McCarthy, maybe it's not as hot, but the seat is getting warm for Kevin O'Connell.
I was gonna say I want to give him a pass this year. No, like he lost like his number one like first round quarterback for the year, and he's.
But he
gonna go
also
through
said that he
everything
didn't need
done.
Kirk.
Kevin O'Connell is in the hot seat. Greg, give a monologue. It's like a short couple sentences of why you think he's not in the hot seat. I'll go first if you want to use mine as a rebuttal.
No, it's just
Reboot.
Yeah, but it would
Okay.
help. It would help Greg if I go and elaborate, and
no.
then he
because
could
here's
counter
the problem,
those.
because,
It's like
I think-
Eminem in the rap battle. But you can go
Yeah,
first
well-
if you want.
Okay.
Well, the logic is obviously like they're definitely the worst team in the division. That's obvious. Like I'll give you that. But like to me, like if you're going into the year, like you're planning on running like with one quarterback, you lose him for the year. You just got your top receiver paid, so like he's locked up right now. I feel like this entire year is just, I don't want to say it's washed, but like you almost kind of can't use this year as like a defining logic. Like I think if they finish 7-10, like that's considered a good year for what they have. You know? Like I don't think they get fired over something like that necessarily. So like it's tough. If you lose the guy that you're relying on going into the year, like how much does that play into and affect your job as a coach? You know?
Josh?
I think that he chased Kirk out. He was brought in to be the defensive genius. Their defense isn't very fucking good. And if it wasn't for Justin Jefferson, that entire
Kevin
team would
O'Connell,
suck.
like he was got as an offensive guy. Kevin O'Connell was like a quarterback coach when he got brought in.
He was the quarterback coach for the Rams, I believe.
Okay. Still, they suck.
Yeah, but here's the issue, Greg. That information didn't get to Josh. So the problem with Kevin O'Connell's image is that he could be anybody. He could be Deshaun Watson. Like, that's the issue here that I don't think you're seeing, Greg. Josh, thoughts?
Yeah, so what I did was I went to
Greg.
teams that I thought could be bad this year.
I assumed
Looked
that
at the
was-
coach, and I was like,
in your defense, Josh.
oh, this guy's been here a while, and they're not that good.
Greg, so Kevin O'Connell comes in at a point where the Vikings are still kind of somewhat the leaders in that division, and that division has escalated, to Josh's point, so far. He has not kept up. I love Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson may go down as the wide receiver that I tell my son about first. He's electric. I love his swagger. He has a part in that college season that is so much larger than I anticipated off of just being a generic college fan that year. Justin Jefferson is, in my mind, the closest thing to Randy Moss we have seen. And what I mean by that is just, it doesn't matter, I'm good. Like, it doesn't matter.
Throw the fucking ball, Kirk.
Throw it. It doesn't matter. Oh, there was triple coverage. It doesn't matter. Oh, you have a hamstring. It doesn't matter. We're starting Sam Darnold. It doesn't matter. Justin Jefferson is the closest thing to Randy Moss I have ever seen, and what I mean by that is the respect that I have for Randy Moss as being the
Best
top
ever
3 wide receiver,
done,
arguably
period.
number 1. It's not even close. I love Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
Kevin O'Connell, Greg, we can talk about this because guess what? 1, failed at the running back position. I think the Vikings have had a revolving door. I don't think it's his fault that things have failed. Dalvin Cook was revolutionary. They did nothing with him. Alexander Mattison had literally prepped for that position for 4 years, failed. I don't hate that they brought in Aaron Jones. But if you can't have a sufficient running attack in the North, doesn't matter, NFC, AFC, the North, in an outdoor stadium, which now is indoors. I fucking hate the Vikings.
Minnesota's always been indoors, in fairness, but
yes, but you go to Lambeau.
Yeah,
I guess you go to Chicago because Detroit now has a dome. The whole point, though, it just, Kevin O'Connell to me feels like an easy target for a scapegoat more than it's his failures. I don't think he's good enough to win that division. I don't think he's good enough to do much past Kirk. I don't think he's good enough to do anything with Sam Darnold, and I don't think he's good enough to make J.J. McCarthy a quarterback in the NFL.
Well, what's interesting, because like to me, in that division, I think Matt Eberflus is on a bigger hot seat than Kevin O'Connell, personally.
Can we talk about why?
No, because go ahead.
Yeah, let him do it, Josh, and then you can go.
Yeah.
Why?
Because Matt Eberflus, first off, I will give him credit because like the Bears were 7-10 last year, which not a lot of people expected. So I'll give him that. But like they gave away their quarterback to get Caleb Williams to revolutionize that offense. They get Rome Odunze. They do all this other stuff to get that receiver core. The defense is improving. If they regress in any way, like if they go 6-11 or they're still 7-10, immediately that's going to look at as like, oh, we need to bring someone in who's actually like offensively, gifted to be able to help Caleb instead of this defensive guy that like was just there to kind of stabilize what we have. Like to me, Matt Eberflus, and especially last year as well, Eberflus was on the hot seat too, until I think the second half of the year when the Bears like showed signs of life and got to 7-10. So to me, you have all this weaponry now with Chicago that if they don't at least get to 9-8, if they don't get to at least 9-8, like I think that's pressure for him that he's probably the one that could probably be the one that's fired in that division before Kevin O'Connell.
He's got 2 more. He's got this year and next year. Then he's the hot seat because he's Ryan Poles' guy, right? That's who Ryan Poles brought in to coach his team. They didn't have their quarterback last year. Now they have their quarterback. Then if it doesn't work this year, you can blame it on the offensive coordinator. Then the offensive coordinator comes in next year. Oh, they still suck. Okay, Eberflus is gone.
That means that you watch the show, Josh. Because what has Derek always said from the start of this fucking show, Greg? A coach needs his guy. And the way a coach stretches longevity is screaming, I didn't have my guy, I didn't have my guy, I didn't have my guy. And the way a coach screams longevity forward is by going, I have my guy, but. He has this guy, but you hate his O-line. All right, hey, we have our guy, but we hate our O-line. Okay, cool. We hate our guy, but what after that? Genuinely, what? They brought in Keenan Allen. They drafted Rome Odunze. They paid DJ Moore big bucks. They have Cole Kmet, who we all kind of go, he sucks, but we suck in fantasy. He's a great security blanket. You look at the running back position. Roschon Johnson out of Texas was a decent college running back who could be a pro running back. He now doesn't have to do jack shit because DeAndre Swift is there. Right. I get it, Greg. Do I think that Matt Eberflus is a better coach than Kevin O'Connell? No. I would take Kevin O'Connell 20 times out of 10 in a simulator over Matt Eberflus. But to Josh's point, he is someone's guy, and Eberflus has his guy, which gives him at least 2 to 3 more years as the coach of the Bears.
But doesn't that argument also apply to O'Connell? Because I'm pretty sure he's the GM's guy, and he also doesn't have his guy at quarterback this year.
He had his guy at Kirk.
Yeah.
Who did the Bears
Kirk
have?
was everybody's guy.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's
Mike Quinn,
Greg, and they got close with Kirk. That's the issue. They got close with Kirk. The Bears were never really kind of close with Fields. They were never close with Dalton there and Badgett. Like, the Vikings were close or there with Kirk without a couple things. So O'Connell's on a shorter clock.
I will say I found something that may lend credence to Greg's argument. Do you know who their offensive coordinator is?
The Vikings?
No, the Bears.
Who?
Shane Waldron.
Oh, never mind.
Who's a name that is never going to ring your bell. But can I tell you where he's been? New England Patriots offensive quality control coach during the Tom Brady era.
Okay.
Then he was the tight ends coach in 2009. Then he goes to the college ranks for a little bit, comes back to that 2016.
Name the college programs.
Buckingham and UMass.
Got it. Yeah, see, Greg.
UMass and Buckingham.
See, Greg.
And then he joins that 2018 Redskins coaching tree and then rides around with Sean McVay for 17, 18, 19, 20 on the Rams. Then he goes and learns under Pete Carroll in 21 through 23, and now he's the offensive coordinator of the Bears. That guy has been under some of the biggest coaching trees in the NFL.
Greg.
I'm just saying that if they do not succeed this year, Eberflus would be on the hot seat and Waldron would be technically right there as like the guy that Caleb could potentially want.
Time out. You didn't even know that guy was the offensive coordinator, Greg. Go fuck yourself. I paid a fucking thing for you.
Yep.
You
Take a
didn't.
hike,
You,
buddy.
you didn't either. You just looked
No,
it up as well,
Greg.
so I don't want to hear shit.
Greg, I need you to say you didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you for
all.
not lying on my last show.
I didn't
appreciate
either. Because here's
No, you
why.
didn't.
I don't give a fuck.
it. Anyway. All right.
Here's the issue don't say all right. Here's the issue I have with
Oh.
interim, like, they'll just take over. I can't stress to you enough, Greg, that if this coach is Caleb Williams' guy, he will probably not become the offensive coordinator. Caleb Williams has protected every essence of what a starter could have, and in his defense, the Bears met him halfway. Caleb Williams said, I want this, that. They said, yep, and we got Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift, this, that. Caleb Williams is arguably the most, I'm not going to call him, I think that the negative way to word this is a prima donna. I think he's calculated. Caleb Williams is the most aware first overall pick we've ever seen. Trevor Lawrence
Maybe
is
since
close.
Eli.
Well, so maybe, but it wasn't even Eli. Eli would have gone. It was his dad.
Caleb's
Okay.
also the first one that ever was able to kind of use NIL as a
But that's
reason
my
to say I don't
point.
have to.
So Trevor
Yeah.
Lawrence got all or half of his rookie guaranteed bonus in NFT, like in crypto. And that was the first time anyone has ever seen somebody not negotiate the amount, but negotiate how it came. Caleb, and the rumor that came out that he needs 7% business ownership in the franchise, false, terrible.
That was
But
just asking, if anything.
Yeah, but what Caleb Williams did was be like, hey, no, but I also know who I am and what I'm worth, and we got to work on that too. That all being said, Greg, the calculations that go into who he's going to and how he'll come out and all that bullshit. He's not going to shift up his season so much to lose his guys. If that dude's his guy and he becomes the head coach, there's going to be so much more out of him that Caleb is threatened of a bad season. That's how I view it. Maybe I'm wrong. Dude, I could be so fucking wrong. That's how I see Caleb Williams in this situation. He's not going to let his OC, his guy that helps him with these plays, his guy that designs this offense, go and also have to manage the defense and special teams.
Yeah. I get it.
I could be so wrong. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
Josh,
I
you're
still-
thinking so hard.
Yeah, I'm still whether or not Matt Eberflus is the dude, I think Ryan Poles is sneakier maybe than we give him credit for. He's got none of us knew who that offensive coordinator was, and then you read his resume, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh shit, he's got a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The Bears are going to be one of the most fun teams to watch this year on and off the field. They're going to be super intriguing because it does feel like I'm trying to remember I think it's like Joe Burrow without the assurance check. Like Joe Burrow came out, everyone's like, wrap it up, we're fucking done here, guys.
He had,
right?
He had the greatest year in college history, so it was like, yep, whatever he does is going to be good.
Right. Josh Allen wasn't quite the same because they were like, well, it's a smaller school, yada yada yada. He's just big.
Oh no, there were.
And then-
Oh no, it was a
there were a
terrible.
lot
It was a
of questions.
terrible school. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
But it worked out. You know what I mean? Like, is Caleb Williams going to be that? I don't know. But
I had we have a new head of media that came into work the other day, and I had the brown Zanats hat with the yellow Cowboys.
Oh,
logo.
yeah.
It's all of the hats are my favorite hats.
It's a good one.
I love the Wyoming hats. Love wearing them here. Makes people think that I understand country. And I go and she goes, "That's a really cool Jackson Hole hat."
not wrong.
Wow.
And I
Not wrong.
And I said, "Yeah, no, my buddy was creative director at University of Wyoming, went to Laramie, this, that, blah, 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 blah." And I said, "Yeah, have you ever been?" She goes, "Yes, I love Jackson Hole." And I was like, that's a different.
You're like, I know more than you.
I was like, that's a different thing. Like, you're not wrong. Like, she's
Yeah.
correlating to. I was like, but you never been to Laramie. You never been to the jerk.
You ain't been to
off.
Laramie.
You never been to the
baby.
jerk off. Got it.
You
Because
ain't been
the
to the
Jackson
jerk
Hole-
off.
I get the Jackson Hole tie, and I was like, oh no, she wants to have a, like, she's so nice, and she's just trying to like correlate.
Looking
so
for
I
a
would-
connection, yeah.
100%, and it was such a cool connection. But she was like, I love the Jackson Hole, and I was like, yeah, I went to Laramie and did this and this and this, and like, and she was like, when I was in Jackson Hole, and I was like, got it.
Yeah.
Like, you're super cool. I appreciate you trying, but I can't correlate the one street of Laramie with this. Got it.
Yeah, it's like going to the most beautiful place on the planet and like enjoying it and just being like in awe of the mountains and the water and the people and the history, and then like going to a tourist trap.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Ah,
See what I
okay.
did there?
Greg's house is a tourist trap.
It is.
Laramie suck. Jackson Hole rules. Do you want to do a draft and then we'll go?
Yep.
What do you want to draft?
You pick. I don't give a fuck.
All right,
I'm
let
trying
me
to
just
find-
see.
One of these screens has an ability for us to draft. Game screen, got it.
James Green. Good job, Pastique. Let's see. Where I'm scrolling down to see what the draft topics. Okay.
Wow, this is terrible,
Um,
but I'm just going to do it on Excel because
Okay.
that's what I have up. Make it something we got to talk about.
So this is one that never got picked, but I always really liked it, is the Super League of Sports Brands. Super League of 10 teams from any sport.
Super League of 10 teams from any sport. Walk me through that one.
Yeah.
So-
I like it.
Remember the Super League, right? They said we're taking the best of European
Yeah,
soccer,
for sure.
Yeah.
making one league, blah, blah, blah. So if you could, they all play the same fictional sport. Who's your Super League of every sports franchise ever?
What is
Ooh.
so we're picking individual people?
No, you're
I'm so
picking
sorry.
franchises.
So you're picking like the brand essentially. if
And
that's-
So like
Yeah, give me an example.
you're picking so like you're doing 10 teams, right?
Yeah.
And you got to pick the 10 biggest logo brands,
Got it.
unanimous. That's the guy you want in your league. But it's open to any sport because obviously.
Okay.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean,
Okay.
I'm. How do you want to do draft order?
Spin the fucking wheel. I'll spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Spin that
I
wheel.
can do it on air too, but I trust you.
Spinning. And the first pick goes to it's Greg.
Good. No, because I'm gonna understand what to do, but he's gonna be wrong.
Yeah. And then second pick is me. And then third pick is you. Do you want to go back to the top or snake?
Back to the top.
Okay, back to the
I
top.
want Greg
All
to realize how wrong he was and re-pick it too.
right. Okay, great.
That's my goal. I'm very 10 rounds. I'm very curious is the word I'll use to describe my emotion towards this.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, I think we have very different description of what this could be.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Oh, it
interesting.
could be. Just like remember why they made the Super League, right? Like think about that.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm
Yeah.
Josh. I'm
Okay.
with you. I'm curious what. Greg, you're up first.
All right, so
This answer will
Just-
define my issues.
just a quick reminder on this. So it is any team, any professional team.
Just a
Brandon,
reminder
that
for
will-
us, Josh, just in case we forgot.
Just,
Yeah.
just in
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
It's my thing, but it's
Yeah,
just
but in case
I
you
forgot.
and I forgot,
wanna
a
make
quick
sure-
reminder
I wanna
for
make sure I
us.
have this
Yeah.
right. Yeah, like it's just fucking Christ.
Just say you
Okay.
need help. It's okay.
Aw, don't get mad.
Yeah,
it's okay.
it's Josh's last show, Greg. Grow up.
I understand. Yeah. Okay.
I
My first pick is
I love you.
Real Madrid.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Greg
yeah.
did not
he,
mess
he
up.
understands.
That's yeah.
He got
yeah.
the assignment.
Okay, we're here. I'm
Cool.
gonna sit up. We all
No,
understand.
now he thinks we're trying to. Well, it might not be easy. Yeah. All right.
We understand the
Love
assignment.
that.
Okay.
We understand the
got it.
assignment. Yeah.
Good job, Greg. That is
Mhm.
that is Greg. If I could tell you right now, there is a slew of like 1-1s, and to
Mhm.
me, that
There's
is
so many.
that is the if not the second 1-1. Well done.
That's your second 1-1. That's a good one too.
When
That's
I'm
a
saying
really
that's
good.
1 or 2. Like
Okay, I'm
if
curious
it's not
who
1,
you're.
it's 2.
Okay. I have a 1-1, but I'm not taking them because I'm drafting with Derek. I'm taking the New York Yankees.
I consider that one too, actually.
Josh, read me the prompt one more time. Just for just let
Just
me-
in case
let
you
me
didn't
just-
know what was.
Let me just hear it. Like, let me just hear it one more time.
European soccer says we're making the Super League because we're tired of
Bing.
playing
Hold
against.
on. He is going.
Uh-oh.
crazy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey. Come here. Come here.
Aw, Beam. You fucked up. You fucked up.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
fucked up.
Perfect.
Say it again.
Okay.
Ah!
The Super League starts because all the top teams across Europe are tired of playing against lesser things and not getting the TV rights and all the yada yada yada. They want all the money, blah blah blah.
Yep.
So what if you had a Super League, but it was any sport in the world?
Okay. Go. And what are we drafting?
The franchises that you would want to be in your Super League.
U.S. women's gymnastics.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, got it. Cool.
Dominate. Yeah, why not? Not the U.S. team that I would think you would want, but sure.
I
yes.
I mean,
You get a goat immediately, right? Like you
no,
get a goat.
no, Josh, we don't get a goat. We
A
get
goat.
we get like 70 years. Like
Of goat.
I don't think people understand the dominance that this thing has. Like Marcia has been watching U.S. women's gymnastics. Josh, I can't stress enough how much we've owned this category. It might not be the greatest pick, but it is the pick.
I want to just see all.
This made me like rethink now. Like,
Nastia Lukin, Sean Johnson, Allie Raisman.
I wish I could see like how many gold medals
Oh,
the
we got a
U.S.
thing.
women's.
Hi, Kat.
Oh.
Do me a favor. We're still going. We are drafting. Hi, I know this is terrible. We are drafting the greatest teams that go into a super league, and I took U.S. women's gymnastics. Thoughts?
Wait, what are y'all doing? Why are you still doing the same?
I would tune in on YouTube. We're still going because it's Josh's last night for the 7th time.
second,
Um,
second,
But
yeah.
y'all are doing the draft for what?
We're doing it's basically it's a lot. It's best franchises like to go into a super league of their own sport. And Greg took Real Madrid and Josh took the Yankees and I took the US women's gymnastics.
Yeah, Simone Biles would knock all of them out.
Yeah, so you would say that I love women more than Josh and Greg.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. I love you. Tune in. I'll text you.
Okay, love you, bye.
Yeah, so like 1-0.
Okay, 1-0. No, 1-0. All right, Greg, you're back up.
Wait, what were you
Oh, we're not
looking
doing-
up, Josh?
I was trying to find out how many gold medals.
All of them.
All of them? Have they like?
All of them.
Yeah, I don't know how to like Google what I want to know. Is it
US
like?
women's gymnastics gold medals through the years?
Yeah, it didn't. I did something similar and it didn't give me what I
Well,
wanted.
did you spell it right?
No.
Gymnastics is a long.
Greg,
word.
you're up. Yeah. Dude, tell me that gymnastics is not. Greg, that's a good pick.
It is. No,
Okay,
in fairness,
thank you.
I wasn't expecting like
Me either.
because like now it's making me rethink like
That's what I'm saying. I would have taken
Yeah,
Real
I
Madrid,
think
but
it
you
was
took
the-
that, and so I tried something. And Josh,
126 medals.
Okay.
fuck.
40 gold, 44 silver, 42 bronze.
Jesus.
So they have not medaled since gymnastics was in the Olympics, pretty
I-
much.
I mean,
That's a good pick.
thank
a great
you.
pick.
Thank you.
It's a great pick.
Greg, you're up.
Well, I really felt like the Yankees was good too.
They've won like 4 titles, bro. Come on.
Wait, so so based on this logic, then I already know where I'm gonna go. Give me the Brazilian men's national soccer team.
Now, I
That
think
is-
we're cooking at a level.
5 World Cups, I think.
Yeah.
Greg is getting it. You're getting it.
Mhm.
This is why I
Mhm.
said Greg
Yeah.
will get it after he
Yeah.
gets it. Like Greg, if you
Yeah.
would have, like Real Madrid was a great pick. Now that I've opened this up,
Now that you've opened this can of worms,
Yeah.
it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Now we're
Yeah,
on
now
to
that you've totally ruined the game, congratulations.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
Damn it, Deke, it's usually my job to break games. What the hell?
In the defense of myself, I broke it so much that I don't think it's recoverable.
No, I don't
Like
think
I
so.
think I
We're
got,
on-
We're playing a different game now.
But in fairness, like this just got way
but I
better.
think that like what I did,
Changes it.
like it does. It like we're gonna be
Oh,
adding up gold medals
God.
slash this slash. I mean,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah,
When I
yeah,
take
yeah,
Rolling Stones next, Josh is gonna cream it. No, I'm kidding. I'm so sorry. Josh, you're up next.
I don't even know what to do anymore. I have a list, and I just don't feel good about any of them. Alabama football.
Okay, that's such a
Yeah,
good pick.
that's a
That's
great one.
such a good
That's a
pick.
Alabama
great
football. They've been good for
Such a
the
good pick.
eternity of college football. Yeah.
Mhm.
Fuck. Phew, tough one. Not in a bad way, but like Bayern Munich has a year of 23 straight German titles, so I'll gladly
Tell
take.
this path here.
Greg, totally get it. They have tripled Real Madrid's Spanish wins. I will gladly take Bayern Munich
Okay.
Okay.
to try to get back on track with just general sports fun.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Greg, you're up.
All right.
He's been peeing a lot.
He has been. Josh, I'll probably get like the stink guy from you on this one, but I don't care. Give me the Canadian men's Olympic ice hockey team.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I considered Rocho for a second, but then I was like, no, there was like that stretch in the 70s and 80s that they were
Yeah.
dominant. But like
It's
after
always-
that, kind of like, give me Canada consistency.
No, it's always been Canada. Yeah, it's always been Canada.
It's always Canada, eh?
Yep. Okay. Since Derek broke the fucking game, Roger
He did.
Federer. We've now
Oh,
completely
no.
exited team sports.
Oh,
Calling in
Oh,
Roger
fuck.
Federer. He's fucked
God
everything.
damn
So
Now you're opening up a can of worms right now.
oh yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna let him open up the second can. I'm going to open it.
Oh my god.
All right, Greg, what'd you pick?
I picked the Canadian men's ice hockey Olympic team.
Pretty good.
Oh god.
But
Josh?
I'm pretty confident my pick's gonna blow your dick off. Are you ready? Hold on to your dick.
It's gotta be sports.
Okay. Roger Federer.
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Fuck you.
I mean, yeah.
He's won like a bajillion fucking Grand Slams.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. I know who I should have taken, and I fucked it. Now I'm shit. And then
Who
I gave
should
it
you
to
have
him.
taken?
Tiger Woods.
Oh.
Oh,
No, so maybe, but he didn't even do that. So actually, I'm going to take the guy with more Grand Slams,
Oh.
which is Novak
Nadal?
Djokovic.
Oh,
wow. Wow.
I don't even know his first last name. Yep, he got more. I'm pretty sure. So just to exactly counteract Josh's pick,
Yeah, exactly.
Greg, you're up.
Okay.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
Look, we're going to 10, then we're out. So we're on 4. Let's just crunch through. I'm down for this.
This one's dumb, but technically they drew 92,000 at an outdoor game. Give me Nebraska women's volleyball.
Fuck yeah, Nebraska women's volleyball.
Let's go.
That rules. That's so fucked up.
Specifically, the team with the naked players. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Greg. Yep. Oh, where? That
Okay.
is the dudest answer, Greg. Okay, on Josh's last night, the most dude answer Greg has ever given was Nebraska
Since Florence Pugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes has passed Hall of Famer Len Dawson to become the Chiefs' all-time leading in pass yards. It's a deceiving graphic.
Yes, it is.
He's also only 28. I could beat him up in a fight if I got 7 chances and a crowbar, and I felt good through each chance.
Yeah.
Is how I'll word that one.
I don't think he can fight.
Josh.
Do you think Patrick Mahomes can fight?
No, he's a dork, but he's so cool. I wouldn't want to
No,
fight him.
that comment
Josh,
was
you're up
not
next.
system.
Yeah, number 4. This one's so fucking easy. This man is undefeated when it comes to sports. Adam Sandler in sports movies. When Derek doesn't laugh, that's how I know it's a great fucking pick.
Here's
That's
the
how I know that I've
Well,
gotten
there's-
under
Now
his
you're
skin.
just like,
There's kind of an
We're
issue because he didn't win the Super Bowl with the Steelers the year he got arrested in longest yard, and he didn't go pro in Hustle. And Happy Gilmore, there you go.
Happy Gilmore. And did you forget in 1998 when Bobby Boucher returned at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl?
My question is, Greg, is one Bourbon Bowl equivalent to all of these titles?
I
Yeah,
don't
for
remember
Because
South
the.
I'm
Central
pretty
Louisiana State it is.
sure that's one.
I don't remember the Bourbon Bowl being contested for the national championship.
Yeah, and even if
so
it was, Greg, that would be a pick of one, right?
it would be.
So what
yes.
are other Adam Sandler movies in which he is in a division of his own? Because for me right now, it feels like maybe 3 max.
8 Crazy Nights.
What sport?
That was basketball.
Youth,
basketball, yeah.
youth Jewish men's basketball?
Yeah, he was undefeated. They won.
Okay, 4. That is one championship.
That's a technical foul.
So Josh has an answer of 4. See, I understand the Adam Sandler slaying. I know you're like, oh, Derek's going to hate this. No, he's terrible at sports movies. He gets 4. I mean, Sylvester Stallone would have the same number.
He did lose the first one, in fairness.
Sylvester Stallone would have a lot more. There were like 8 Rocky movies plus the Creeds alone.
He does not get Creed's wins. Those are his own, damn it.
Those are his own damn wins.
You show some respect to Adonis Creed.
No, I love that pick, Josh. I think that's a great pick. I spelled no fish wrong.
So far off the fucking rails.
Wait.
When we have to eventually come back around, it's gonna be like less fun now. Listen.
So, Josh, do me one more favor. Read me the
Yeah.
prompt we're drafting for so I can
Yes.
make sure this is legal.
Super League of Sports Brands, in which now the Nebraska volleyball team has been taken.
An elite
For being
league of
naked.
sports brands.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Adam Sandler has been taken. We also now have 2 individual athletes have been taken.
Their brands
They are a
technically.
brand. They're a brand.
An elite league of
Yeah.
sports brands.
Oh.
I'll take Nike.
Undefeated.
An,
Undefeated.
an elite league of sports brands. Give me
An
U.S.
elite league
women's
of sports
gymnastics,
brands.
Bayern Munich, Nova Djokovic,
Yep.
and
Yep.
Nike.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
God.
Pretty good.
Greg, you're up.
I mean, if we're going to an apparel company, we might as well
Stop copying me.
go to another realm altogether in terms of an elite sports brand. How about the worldwide leader in sports? Give me
On the
ESPN.
ESPN. That's right, Greg.
Greg,
ESPN,
I
baby.
almost took them, and there's a large argument against why I didn't, and I'm going to leave it on the floor and be happy with this pick for you.
Big one, Greg. That's a big one. Well,
Elite
since everyone's
level
getting their fucking sports brand in, I'll take Gatorade. Thank you. I feel pretty good about getting Gatorade with my 5th overall. I'm pretty happy about it.
I mean, you need to make up for that Adam Sandler pick.
No, fuck you.
Travis Kelce.
That was great.
Halftime. Greg, the reason I was mad about ESPN is because I wanted to take Disney Plus, but they don't have anything to do with ESPN, and I wanted, so that's why I was like, I'll leave
Well,
it.
Disney owns ESPN, so.
But I wanted Disney Plus, but there wasn't
Yeah,
enough
I get it.
sports brand.
I get it.
Long story short, though, I want to get back to the roots of it.
No, you don't.
No, I do. I want my team. I want my guys at 5. There is no more iconic sports brand in my mind. Shout out to David Beckham, Paul Scholes. Shout out to Keane. Shout out to everybody that's done it. I will gladly take Manchester United at this spot.
Okay. That's not who I thought you were just talking up.
I don't have that many teams.
Yeah, but there's a big one. All right, Greg, you're up.
I will slightly follow suit since this is elite sports brands. There is no one that has done a better job of marketing his team than old Jerry Jones. Give me the Dallas Cowboys.
Fair. They were on my original board before Derek fucked up the game.
Fucked up
but-
or
They're a
improved
good
the game.
pick. They,
Improve the game.
I mean,
Yeah.
granted, U.S. women's gymnastics was, I mean, unless you're sexist, the pick.
It was.
Thank you, Greg. Josh,
Oh.
weird you didn't answer.
Well, I'm tired. I like Derek's new game better. I'm picking Queen's songs. The band Queen.
Oh
Their
my
songs.
god.
I got that part.
Yeah.
Read me the prompt one more time.
Super League of Sports Brands. Queen owns the 2 biggest
No.
sports songs ever.
Is that the prompt? That's a crazy difference between what. If you could just read the prompt.
Yeah, it's Super League of Sports Brands.
Got
Queen is a brand, and they own the 2 biggest sports songs ever. We are the champions, and we will rock you.
If you need to go, Queen is a brand and they own. That means they're not a sports brand, Greg, right?
No, they own the 2
But they're
biggest
not-
songs in sports.
Yeah, but that
Mm.
justification in itself, Greg, makes it not a sports brand. There's a reason I ask for the clarification every time I draft. I mean, Greg,
Yeah,
Greg,
I get
Greg,
it, but-
have a spine. Like this one's bad.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
Greg,
one's
have a
fishy.
spine and tell Derek he's wrong.
No, this one's fishy, Josh. I'm sorry. This one's
Fuck you,
fishy.
Greg.
This one's
Greg,
fishy.
next time the Steelers win a championship, I don't want you to listen to "We Are the Champions" at all the entire time.
Well, that
Well,
would be
very
that would be a
well,
good
there we go,
song.
Steelers.
It wouldn't be like listening to a sports brand. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Derek, you're up.
I know. The tough thing here is what Josh is missing, Greg.
Oh,
What's missing?
Can't wait to have this
The
explained to me.
essence of a brand.
Uh-huh.
Oh, from an expert
It's
marketer.
of a
let's go.
brand. Good.
Here, that's
I'm glad that he's going back to stretching it thin.
Stretching it thin is what I do.
Yeah.
That's how I've gotten this far in life.
nice.
Greg, what would you define as a brand?
Oh, I'm not a good person to ask this.
That's why I asked.
I'm not a good person to ask. Oh, fuck.
Yep, I'm taking Livy Dunn.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one. Oh, fuck. That might have broken Josh.
That's a fucking brand, baby. Shut up, Paul
funny.
Skeens. That's my pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the Garbage Pail Kids cards?
Yeah, amazing.
Those are going to be
Yeah,
so
Palehead
cool.
Pete or whatever it was.
Yeah. Greg?
So something I'm curious about, because Deke took Nike.
Adidas,
Does he-
Adidas is on the table. Take them.
Does-
No, take them. Take them. Take
What do you
them.
mean them?
Take them. Take them. Take them. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
You don't know who I'm taking,
Jordan.
motherfucker. I hate you.
Greg.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's
some
the best pick you could have.
Josh. I'm not some
This is
savant, right? Him going, Deke took Nike. That has to be Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
thank
like, I'm-
you. I'm not
okay, like, I didn't-
No, Greg, that is an amazing pick.
Well, like, no, I'm not sure if like Nike technically owns Jordan.
They do, but that's still a brand.
It
on
doesn't
itself.
matter. The rules do not apply at this point. I don't
No, a brand is different than the company.
True,
Okay.
Because
true.
Greg,
It is
Greg,
its own brand.
Anheuser-Busch owns how many brands?
Oh God.
See what I
Oh,
mean?
good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Fair.
Right.
That's a really good pick. Josh, you're up.
Yeah, including what was my next pick? Well, they're not owned by Anheuser Busch. No. Bud Light.
They are owned by Anheuser
Talk
Busch.
to me.
That's still a good pick.
I mean, do you want to talk about the Twins? Do you want to talk about iconic Super Bowl commercials? Do you want to talk about being the official
Clydesdales?
beer of the NFL? What's the only one that you can get your team logo on the can? What'd you say?
Clydesdales.
Clydesdales.
I'll
Yeah,
give you
iconic.
Bud in the
Oh yeah, sure.
like.
yeah,
I'm not gonna be a
Budweiser,
prick and be
Budweiser.
Budweiser. No, yeah,
yeah. Bud Light.
that's a good point.
Hard to beat.
You are right about the team logos too. I remember vividly the first time I saw them, which I don't know if it was like a problem with Pittsburgh at the time, but it was down in Myrtle Beach. I saw Carolina Panthers cans on Bud Light, and I was like, "Oh my god, those are so cool!" Like,
Yeah.
you know, if I'm going there, I'm getting a Corona, Land Shark, whatever it is. But I was like, "Oh no,
Sure.
give me that can!" Like that's cool that had the Panthers logo. So I agree with you, Josh. And I'm giving you Clydesdales.
Yeah.
I'm giving you Bud. I understand they're different, but like for me, when you pick that category that is the same to me, like it's a really good pick. Fucker. Livy Dunn got more followers, but it's a good pick. Josh, could you read me the criteria one more time?
Yeah. So again, we're doing Super League of Sports Brands.
Yeah. If you could just read it from
Yeah.
start to finish one more time, that'd be sick.
Yeah, Super League. Imagine all the best sports brands under one roof. What is that? What is that?
Under one roof. I'm gonna take the Heisman House.
Oh.
I mean, every single one of them got the trophy, bud.
The new commercial of unfreezing Reggie Bush is elite.
Dude,
Is so good.
I mean, fuck, dude.
So good.
If you're talking about a brand, give me the Nissan Hyman House if you need a brand. But
Is that who it is? Is it Nissan?
yeah,
Okay, all right.
I want
didn't-
the Heisman
I-
House.
no clue who they're advertising for, but I'm always
Dude,
like just ready.
That
to
in
rumble.
itself being this like such a cool fucking fraternity of Heisman guys, and we got
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, we got Devonta Smith, we got all these guys. Yeah, Heisman House, every one of them's a winner. That is the franchise of franchises.
Yep, I agree.
Are you guys
Okay.
watching the stream? Who's the guy in the far left in the maroon?
Oh, that's Jack Collinsworth. That's Chris's kid.
I don't have another screen. To
I'm on
have it up.
mute. I don't want to say rude things.
Uh-oh.
Good on
Let's
you.
keep going. It
Okay.
makes me uncomfortable.
In terms of
It just,
In
I
terms
can't
of-
explain it.
in terms of brands, because this name is what you immediately think of before you think of like what the actual product it is. Madden.
Craig, that is your
Oh.
best pick. And Jordan
Mhm.
was taken around before. Like that
Right.
is yep.
Mhm.
That is your best pick,
You-
and Jordan was taken around like whew,
Mhm.
damn.
Yeah, you don't
get-
even think
Because you
it's
get
not
John
NFL
Madden,
25. It's not
the
NFL 24.
games.
It's Madden.
Technically, I'll give you the movie The Replacements because he's in it.
Nope. Nope.
I fucking love that movie. Yes, I will gladly take that. Fucking love that movie.
Kat
the fact
said
that-
sports
the
brands or
fact-
any top tier. How's Bud Light? Josh took it and it fucking sent us in a rat. I'm sorry to cut everything.
Yeah.
It's a good point though. Josh said
Mhm.
that. Fuck, dude. I'm pissed about that now. I wish I
Pretty
wouldn't have
happy
given you the
about Bud Light.
fucking Clydesdales. No, I don't know why I did that. Why did I give you the Clydesdales, Josh? I was
Because it was
clearly
a good
like
pick.
no, but if you would have done Bud Light and the next pick I took was the Clydesdales, I could have had Heisman House in the fucking 8th round. Like I'm pissed now.
Yeah.
I was too
yeah,
good of
I
a
was,
friend.
Nobody was taking Heisman out.
I'm so mad.
You could have had that in the
I
tank.
was too good
Yeah.
of a fucking friend. I hate you, Josh.
Yeah.
Josh, you're right.
Um.
Fuck. Sorry,
yeah.
Greg, cut you off too. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
I'm just
It's an E too.
everybody's first sports thing or equipment was this brand. So to leave them off isn't fair, Franklin.
Okay, I'll give you that. That
Oh.
is a classic pick, Josh. Absolutely.
So classic that I first think of the turtle, who was in a book series and a TV show. So classic, yeah. No, it's just very classic.
How do you not?
I
how
think
do you
of
not
Franklin
think
the
of
turtle.
Franklin Sport?
Because I think of Russell as the same exact thing growing up.
Real. So wait. This
Yeah.
I'm dropping the bit for a second.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Russell was what you had first.
Yes. Like that's I'm with you.
Interesting.
Franklin basketball, Franklin gym balls, Franklin
Yeah.
everything. But it's such an equivalent to Russell, and Russell has made such a big push in the whole like remember your childhood and you don't remember us, but we're Russell, and they've come back with some really cool clothing and stuff. I'm fucking jaded.
Interesting.
I'm not even a fair comparison of what used to be. Russell, like they started pretending to be a New Balance Carhartt-esque, like we're cool, and like I remember very vividly, like Cody with Creative Drink, we bought a bunch of Russell stuff and sold it. And like I remember
Right.
wanting Russell to be big. Franklin and Russell were so equivalent to me. It's like there's another store kind of like Dick's back home, and I can't think of the fucking name of it, which sucks for this conversation.
Dunham's.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah,
though. That's my
Dunham's.
fucking point. That's my fucking point. Dick's and Dunham's were identical, but
Well,
one
yeah, 'cause
just kept
in it-
going and one didn't.
Right.
Russell
One
and
of them was-
Franklin, and then shoot.
Dunham's was for broke kids. Dick's was for name brand
And
shit.
I'm not
yeah.
saying it's the same
Yeah.
Russell Franklin, but Russell still
Yeah.
is relevant. Franklin is
Okay.
not. And so I am so behind your pick now. I just had to explain all of that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Does that
I'm
make sense?
stunned that. Yeah. I just like. I guess in my brain it was always Franklin, but that
Yeah.
could be specifically because baseball and hockey were the home
Yep.
sports in my house, which is far more Franklin leaning than it is Russell, which would be like football, soccer.
And now that I think about it, every volleyball, dodgeball was Franklin.
It's
But
Franklin.
for me,
Yeah.
it's so close to what I assumed Russell did that it's
Yeah,
funny. It's funny at this point.
we're on the same page.
fucking love the Franklin. They made like everything. They made volleyball nets. They made fucking Franklin made everything, dude.
Yeah.
Tees for T-ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Greg. Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. Derek's up.
Oh, this sucks. NCAA football. It's back.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just happy. Josh, have you been playing it?
I only have a
Okay.
Switch. I played one game at
Okay.
my friend's Kevin's house. Shout out Kevin.
Shout out, Kevin.
And I was Wyoming, and we beat goddamn CSU Rams, fucking sheep fuckers, like 62-0. And on the drive home, I kid you not, Anastasia's like, "You are not allowed to get that game."
Dude, I can't.
She's like, "You would never do anything."
I feel so bad for Catherine, Josh, because I moved her. Not that I feel bad for the human. I moved her from Middle Tennessee to Oregon for 5 years. 5 years as the OC.
I imagine she feels happier.
Yeah, but
imagine.
I promised her a coast, and I'll tell you right now, we're 9-0. But I'm the head coach at Tennessee out in Knoxville, and I just don't fucking think she likes. I think she wants a beach. I keep looking at USC. They don't got a job open though, you know.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
But we're in Knoxville. She's happy about that. Family's nearby. We're fucking 9-0 too. How can
Good
you
old
complain?
Rocky Top.
Oh,
Come on.
dude, I not
All-time top 10
We got Neyland bumping.
atmospheres, college football. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think she's over this bit. But Josh, the game is sick. It's so...
Yeah.
Greg, you're up.
No, you're up.
No, I took NCAA football.
Oh, that's right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. No,
Greg,
you're good.
you are up.
So
I
sick,
just
Josh.
thought of
Oh,
it.
it's the best game ever.
I was struggling on this one, but then I just came up with it off the top of my head. New era.
You didn't come up with it off the top of your head. I turned like this, and you saw it right here, and then you went, "Oh yeah,
Other side.
new
Other
era."
side.
Or
The
other
hats.
side. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sure.
that's a really good pick. The first 30 seconds of that whole bit, I had no idea what you picked. But as soon as I realized it was hats, that's every hat. Like I'm looking at Harbaugh. He's got-
Every hat,
yeah,
bud.
yeah.
They literally own the market on that shit. So new era.
I agree. As a brand, is it strong? I agree. They're everywhere.
Okay,
You also know what it is when you see it. That's
Exactly.
That's strong.
this is tough. This is tough.
I mean, I already won. What do we
So
got there?
I'm not going to take this, and I'm going to say it, and we're all just going to agree that it's off the board
Deal.
because
Greg, deal?
Deal.
Greg took Madden, you took College Football 25, so EA Sports is off the table because they make both those games.
No, as a brand, Josh, EA Sports is separate. Like that is
Okay, then-
like, do you know what I
But
mean?
EA Sports, it's in the game, fucking iconic.
So separate. Yeah.
no,
As-
We'll give you that.
Yeah.
As
we will
a-
absolutely give you that, John.
Think of it from the lens of a brand, Josh.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm with that's a great pick. And that's a great way to think
Okay.
about it. Because neither of us, if you would have said EA Sports is in the game, Greg and I both have been like, that's fucking sick. We wouldn't have even combated.
Yeah, no.
But the whole
I
thing
didn't
is
even-
brand.
if I didn't name Madden or
Brand.
NCAA football, like EA Sports would have been
Like,
like
yeah.
Chef's kiss.
yeah.
The
EA
McRib
Sports.
has its own brand.
Yes, it does. That's true. EA Sports.
That's
All
a
right.
great pick.
Derek, you up for your ninth?
All right, I got goat, soccer, tennis, goat, soccer, fuck. Libby Dunn, sick. Heisman House, dope. NCAA, dope. Brands in sports. Yeah, ninth round. I'll go Barstool.
I had Portnoy, singly Portnoy. My bit was going to be no individual man has won more championships
Yeah,
than Dave Portnoy.
That's a really fucking good one. Give me the whole umbrella.
Yeah,
Barstool. Yeah. I mean, as fans, they've won. As a company, they've won. That's a sports brand that deserves to be there.
They every year when they drop their new football line, I'm always like, I bought a onesie for a couple that's right down the street here
Yeah.
that we're really good friends with. They're having a kid a month after us. They're having a girl, we're having a boy. Our baby's onesie says football guy, theirs says football girl. I bought matching ones
Yep.
for us. So, yeah. Greg, you're up for your last 10th and final pick.
Ooh, okay. Iconic brand. You know what? Mine's gonna be kind of lame, and I'm just gonna go back to a team aspect. So since I already took Real Madrid, I'll go with a different sport. Give me the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, I don't know how Derek didn't take the Lakers at any point in time.
Because he opened Pandora's box.
I mean,
and
I
therefore
won.
We were trying to catch up.
Like
Yeah.
they would have been my 1-1 if it went Real Madrid, Yankees, Lakers. Nobody would question anything, but I did the correct thing, which is ask a question, Greg. So
Yes, Pandora's box was opened, and therefore we just went spiraling after that.
I won.
All right, 10th and final pick. I am now, for better or for worse, by friends and coworkers alike, known as a sports guy. And before a certain point in time, I probably would have only been known as a guy who knows the one sport that no one knows, which is hockey.
There
So
are
with
worse
my
things
10
to be than sports guy, Josh. Just saying.
With my 10th and final pick, I will take the brand that turned me, hockey guy, into a sports guy. Thoughts from the bench.
Oh, you homer. Gotta love it.
I'm a softie. I'm a softie now. The kids come in. I am
Fucking
fuck you in me is all running out.
reach. Fucking crazy pick.
I almost said
Dude.
something I should not have said on air, and I'm really
Bro.
I had to, it was there, and I was like,
Greg, I mean, I know who third place is. What a fucking
Whoa.
idiot. What a moron. Oh, fuck. I mean, Puma's still there. New Balance.
I just, for the record, I had Tony Hawk written at 7 and
I mean,
there's 10, and then I
Oh,
was
that would have been a good one. That was such a good one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Josh, read me the prompt one more time.
Yeah, so Derek,
Yeah.
what we're gonna do
Yeah.
is we're gonna draft the best sports brands you could fucking think of.
Okay.
And imagine if they were all under the same umbrella.
Okay. I would take the females in Josh's family's opinions on the Packers. Yeah, that's my pick.
It is.
Particularly Packers quarterbacks is
The
really what they do not
females
like.
in
Yeah.
Josh's family's opinions on the Packers.
Make sure you spell that right. You don't want
Quarterbacks.
Chipper waking up and correcting you.
Yeah.
I think it starts when my dad would sit down and tell us
Yeah.
that if you had 2 minutes left on the clock and you needed a quarterback
Yeah.
to win you a game,
It
there's
ruined
nobody other
everything.
than Brett Favre.
Yeah.
And now
There's so many
And
other
then
people. There's
my
so
brother
many
and I
other
were like,
people. Yeah.
"Oh, okay."
It's tough.
and then Aaron Rodgers comes along and we're like, well, if you had 2 minutes left on the clock,
It's the green and gold, baby.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I would the last brand deserves to be the women in Josh's family's opinions on Packers quarterbacks.
my son will think that Jordan Love's the quarterback with 2 minutes left. That's who you want to
God. And it
It's
just
a strong
continues.
line.
It just continues.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
fucking Matt Ryan's kid at that point. Jesus.
Yeah. Shit.
I want to go to bed.
All right. Well, that was
I feel
a
sad.
3.5 hour show.
Yeah, Greg, what the fuck?
My bad. Jeez.
Damn, what screen?
Yeah.
It's crazy that I made the screen with 3 people called 3 people. It took me a while to get there. There's
I
a
got-
lot of
I got
screens
along-
tonight. If you
Entertainment.
if you rewatch the show, there's a lot of screens where it goes through some fucking third
I
dimension.
believe it.
It's like a
Yeah.
Doctor Strange cutscene. It just punches
Nice.
through multiple dimensions. I have no idea
Oh,
what happened.
fuck.
Yeah. What's on your titties, Josh? The shirt.
It's the Bourbon Bowl. It's the Mud
Yeah,
Dog
that-
Championship
That makes
shirt.
so much sense. You made multiple references. I had no idea that's what you were wearing. I feel bad now. Greg, what
I
the
wore
fuck?
this all day,
Yeah.
and no one looked at it. Everyone's like, "Oh, Josh is wearing a sports shirt," and then my boss at the end of the day was like, "Is that the fucking water boy?" I was like, "Yes, sir."
Last game of the year.
That's correct.
Yes,
Can't hold
sir.
anything back now. Go.
Mhm.
Last
All right.
day of the year, Greg. Greg, shut it down.
Say good night, Derek.
I've never heard that song. Say good night, Greg. Was I supposed to go to Josh?
I don't
No, I
know.
think you were supposed to go to Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, you
That felt good. That felt good.
That felt right.
Love
It was the energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
All right, Greg.
I agree.
You're up. Say good night or whatever.
Oh, good night, everyone. Good night, Josh, and Godspeed into the next time you decide to join the show.
I said on the Instagram 20 years when Derek and I have sons and we want to do podcasting again.
Dude. Sorry you had sex. I'll see you next week. There you go. No, there will always be some version of this, whether it's idiots. Whether it's, just me and Chip, if I drag Greg through Jeopardy hell, renditions of it all. And
Alright.
it never dies. It just lives differently. It's like
Yeah.
the hermit crab that decided to become a human, Greg. If you ever heard that story. Some hermit crabs stayed hermit crabs. Other hermit crabs became us, and now we have to pay taxes. So both lives suck. Just depends which life you go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, you're both
Totally
right.
makes sense.
Yeah, thoughts. Give notes.
But then, yeah.
No notes. 11 out of 10.
Sounded like Greg had a note, which is wild. Whatever, Greg. It's your show. Go ahead and run it.
It's time to go to bed.
No, Greg, say something nice.
Say something nice.
Yeah, about Josh.
I don't want to do this.
Oh no,
I want to go.
we're not gonna cry. You're gonna cry,
Oh,
bitch.
it's sad.
Greg, say something
we
nice
cried,
about
we
Josh.
cried years ago when we thought you abandoned
Yeah,
us.
I
Now
cried
it's
when you
different.
left. Now you're
Yeah. I cried when you left first, asshole. It's
Yeah,
your
but I didn't
fault.
leave. You left. Greg, explain to Josh the difference between leaving and lefting, if you could, please.
Leaving is relocating and still doing. Left is just
Yeah.
out of sight,
Oh,
out of
Yep.
okay.
Cook his ass,
All
Greg. Cook his
I
ass.
That's
get
the
it.
difference.
I
Cook
got
his
it.
ass.
I'm sorry. You know what,
Should
Greg?
be.
I'm sorry to you, but not to Derek. That's what I'm.
Kat said, "Is Josh crying?" He
Not
cried.
right
he cried
now,
earlier.
But I cried at
You
the
did,
beginning.
yeah.
He
It was
did, he
weird
did.
too because it was during an ad read. Which, like, hear me out. Fuck them. They have my golden tee. Just held hostage because I never picked it up or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, fuck ad reads out of here.
I wonder if Jared has it. I should ask.
I love
If he
that
still
place
has
so
it,
much.
ooh, be wild.
How sad. I agree.
Mhm.
It is sad. Yeah, no, Josh, you won't be like a weekly have to be. We've talked about, what's another hour? We've talked about many a times making this in my head, not with Greg, a Jeopardy show because it would benefit the YouTube. Now, the problem is the streaming software,
So
like
much work.
it's not the work aspect because I've done it. Here's my thing, like whenever you're not there normally, I run a Jeopardy show with Greg and then I bring
Right.
Paul and Dre or this and that and this and that. The issue is I would probably need someone else to help run OBS, all that is. Don't worry about logistically.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Greg. We can keep doing this till I die. Do I care? Not at all. I love doing it. But there needs to be something else. I think we both,
I get
Greg
it.
and I think Greg and I don't want to speak for you, missed the interview factor. We missed the gamification factor. Both of those are huge. And so we're not going to survive just doing what we're doing. It's one of those things where I think we evolve into something. So Josh, you look back on the show 5 years from now, it's just Greg and I, you blink and are like, oh, I should look what they're doing. would love your opinion on what you think the content should be, because we're not going to take it, but it's cool to hear your thoughts and opinions.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
Also, the fact that you guys didn't laugh about me saying we're not going to take it makes you feel like a dick.
no, I
Greg, come
was
on, help me.
because like there was like it was a throwaway joke and a serious comment, and I was like, oh wait, what is this?
Yeah, well,
what are we doing?
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Come on, Greg. Greg is supposed to giggle there, and that's the point of like, haha,
Yeah,
Greg
that's-
agrees with Derek on said thing.
I know, like
What an asshole.
my mind's in like a million different places. Like I got a long day tomorrow, so I just needed this. So I'm on cloud nine.
Josh, that sounds like he's breaking up with us.
It does.
Got a long
I'm
day
more worried
tomorrow.
about like that. Like
Yeah.
the show when I
We'll
first
talk about
started
it
was
after.
I was the Greg character that didn't understand what was going on, and now Greg's that character.
We had
and
two
I don't
Gregs.
know.
And now
Yeah.
somehow we're back to
the
one
world
Greg.
does not need more than one
Just
Greg.
back to one Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think like I think that this show had like two different awesome peaks, right? Like
Yeah.
the show right before you guys did it with the Ricketts brother that crashed everything.
Yeah.
That was
Like, you
right
guys
after
were
I moved
fucking-
in with Nico, and it was, I mean,
Yeah.
we were, dude, there was a point, somebody mentioned, like, my Dynasty chat always messes with me when they want to mess it. They go, oh, do you have 4 viewers? There was a point on Facebook, we were 120 weekly
Yeah.
viewers.
And it peaked at 200, I think, the show before.
We
or something,
dipped off.
maybe even more than that.
No, we dipped off to Twitch, and it went from,
Yeah.
like, 200 to, like, 35. Which
And
then, like-
would be fucking insane today. 35.
Yeah. And then the peak, the second peak was peak Twitch, where people were using their coins to make us drink, and then we got too drunk the one night that we couldn't leave. And that was like its own like awesome moment of like literally we have so many people watching
Yeah.
that we had just stopped doing a bit because it was ruining us. Yeah, like those clips like in the studio, like the show, the one where like I'm trying to start the show and you're like, fuck you, Bueno, fuck you. Like that's a great clip. Like it's just there's so many awesome clips from that studio.
I think that
and
was one of like the Friday shows too, where it was like after Thanksgiving, and it's like the
Oh,
post-
yeah. Fuck.
yeah, it was a show that was already going to be long, and it just we never got it. Like we're able to start it because we just
Yeah.
kept fucking around. And like karaoke and all that stuff was so cool. And luckily, Greg never said a bad word.
Well, thankfully.
Because we never let that happen. I don't know, man. You guys will figure it out. I think. Just keep being yourselves. Do whatever entertains you.
Dude, imagine Greg not taking that advice. When have you ever met a motherfucker that's been more himself than Greg?
Yeah, really.
Actually, there's one other person I've met that is as themselves as Greg, and they were mortal enemies the first time they met. So that
Who's that?
Paige is the one I sent that picture of the two of them laying on the floor,
Yep.
like in the same exact spot,
Can't
the same
stress
exact
enough.
like, yeah, yeah.
I can't, like, nope. It's Greg.
Yep.
Like, fan.
Yeah.
Tally. Greg.
You from that
Uh,
night in Huffs.
Yeah, also. Wait, what's Huffs? Is that when?
That's when we
That's when-
met.
Yeah, that's when me and Josh met.
Oh my God, Huffs! Jesus Christ! Yeah, fuck you guys. You went to like Detroit or whatever, Chicago.
Yeah,
I'll go.
and then I very
they just
strictly
planned
adhere
like
to
this
the rules.
magical vacation together without telling Derek. Hey, we're gonna like maybe we're sleeping in the same bed. Teehee, whatever. Like fuck you guys.
You know what though?
Assholes.
Greg didn't go to Laramie.
My
I
well,
still
that's his own fault. My biggest
I know.
fear is to be replaced by Pete. Like, dude, if I introduce you to someone, I'm invited to everything. You fuck, and you
Yeah.
guys take a trip
Within like months.
within
Like we moved in together so fast.
So,
we
like
did. We did.
when I was also dating both of you. Is it my
Yeah.
fault I'm
Whoops.
Mormon? No. But you guys gotta also respect the fucking gig, dude.
Yeah, I get it.
Crazy.
The
Sister
rules,
wife
did not,
ran off
the rules
without
did
you.
not apply. The rules didn't apply.
So be it, Greg.
Damn. All right. Say goodnight, Derek.
I hate you, Greg.
I love you, Deke.
That was terrible. You're off key. That was so
I know.
trash.
I've never known what keys are, so
We're playing
so-
poker next week. $100 a hand.
Fuck.
Ooh. I'll be watching that
I actually could
while
do
I'm
that.
cooking my very pregnant wife dinner.
Bro, we're going to a treehouse this weekend.
What?
Ooh.
Bro, a 2-story treehouse with a hot tub.
Okay, but does it have a TV with college football on it?
So Kat and I talked, and
Oh no.
no. We can go in town for the Steelers game, but we're unplugging
Oh,
for
fair.
the whole
Okay.
weekend. And I said
Okay.
that is the
Okay.
most, like, literally
Okay.
all I asked her originally was like, can I just get like Wi-Fi to set my lineups? And she was like, well, maybe we go in town for lunch when the Steelers play. And I was like, I will forego everything for that and just make sure the shit's good. Dude, it's so
I'll
sick.
be flying on a fucking plane to the worst goddamn city in the fucking country, Philadelphia. How the fuck did I get fucked like that?
In the
The
defense
Steelers are
of the world,
about to
Cleveland is so much worse.
Guys,
Yeah.
It is.
Guys,
It
I-
is. What, Greg?
guys, I will be watching the Steeler game from the Phoenix area.
What's up with
Yes.
Terra? Yeah, how's Terracotta doing?
No.
Did you get
I'm
a-
not wearing terracotta.
Because you're going naked?
No, I wish.
Smash.
I played dumb. I played dumb for like
Dude,
the
Josh,
entire
fucking hate
time.
this guy.
I played dumb for like the entire time that I was supposed to like buy the suit, and I asked like 2 weeks ago, "What do you need me to wear?" And he said, "I'll let you know." And then the week before, I asked him, "I need to know what to wear," and he said, "Okay, I'll text you." I am wearing this Saturday
Lead
A white-
Rosen.
a white shirt and teal pants.
Greg might look kind of hot in teal pants.
They fit good, actually. Got them off Amazon.
The problem with teal is it makes you look your actual size. So, Greg, do you feel confident that your hammer is going to ring true?
I don't know, because like I'm not trying to impress anyone at this thing.
Yeah,
So
he's got a
be fair.
slong. Yep. All right, cool.
He does.
Hey.
There's never been a
Hey.
doubt in my mind. There's
Hey.
never been a doubt.
Hey.
in my mind.
There is no one that I am trying to impress this weekend, and I am very happy in the case. So
Hey.
Yeah, but you're going to be wearing teal pants. So you ask Will Levis what
No
happens
questions.
when you wear teal pants.
what does happen when you wear teal pants?
That was a,
You're about to find out in Sedona.
Man, that used to be fast. That took
Mm-mm.
like
Way
7
too long.
minutes. Yeah, so long.
I know.
Greg, he's trying to shut the show down, be all sentimental. Now we're talking about your pants. Like, Jesus.
I had brought it up.
I mean, fuck, Greg.
Good.
Greg, say something. Nice.
Say something nice.
Yeah, like nice.
I love you guys.
Love you.
No, make it about Josh.
No, I don't want it.
No, make
I
him
just
cry.
did.
Make him
I
cry.
don't want to make him.
I'll
I don't
make
want
him.
to make him cry.
I'll make
He's
him
gonna be all-
cry.
Go make him cry.
It's his
please.
last show, Greg. Is that
It's his second last show. Come on.
okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah, just because you had
Like,
sex doesn't mean it's your
6,000.
last show. That was yeah. Your whole like maybe I'll be back on in 20 years. I said to Greg, I was like, no, he'll be back on as a guest. You're gonna get bored.
He will.
You're not allowed to be on every honestly, Josh, you suck. You're not allowed to
Thanks.
be on every show moving forward. But we'll
Oh,
invite you as a guest for certain moments,
Perfect.
Greg, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, certain moments. Like I don't know what would constitute as a moment that's necessary for Josh to be
An
on,
Audrey
you know?
Plaza movie.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be.
If Parks
That
and
would
Recs
be-
comes back for another season.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
U.S. Hockey has an open hire. Like, we'll bring him back for
Ooh.
stuff.
Bring him on. Has a bit. We'll record his actual like mock interview to
Yeah.
make sure that he's prepared for it. I like it.
Yeah,
Hire Mark Madden.
I think, Josh, you just happened to turn into the first pylon to go down in what Greg needs to be an influencer. I think
Yeah.
Greg had to have you die to become who he needs to be.
I think so.
Greg, thoughts?
There was we were doing a shoot with a bug spraying company a couple of weeks ago, and I was running the camera, and the other production guy grabbed a towel and threw it over me because they were going to spray the camera. And when the towel, like, I didn't realize what he was doing, and when the towel hit me, I cackled a laugh that everyone must have thought I was insane. And I just said, cover everything that makes the company money. And they just didn't get it at all. They didn't understand.
Which is crazy because
Just
that's
like-
such a, like, yes, it's us. But that's such a clear-cut sentence. Like, it's such a task. Like, just cover
Yeah.
the things that cover the fucking lights, cover the cameras.
Yeah.
That's such a good
Yeah.
sentence.
In our
And
case,
I
it was
just like,
originally.
oh my God.
In our case, it was originally the board, and then it just moved to me because I was next to it.
No, it was you first. He said, cover everything that makes the company money, and he threw the towel over you.
I went,
Oh, I thought he threw it at the board, and then it came from
no,
No, he threw
because
it at
Josh
you.
got mad. Not in a bad way. Josh got mad that I didn't toss it on the board because the board was the actual thing. But to Josh's point, he said everything that makes the company money, I tossed it on you, as opposed to giving it to the board to cover up what should have been covered up.
I've never seen anything like that.
It was
That
all for a bit, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a tidal wave of beer.
Yeah,
It just all landed right on the floor.
yeah, it's everywhere.
It was great. Yeah, it was.
All right, Greg, say your nice things.
Okay. I am going to miss being able to see you on this application every Thursday, bud. I wish that you were released on next week so I can tell you about the hellhole that I will be doing this weekend. But I'm going to
Maybe
miss
don't do
you.
that on air.
Yeah, I will not do that on air.
Yeah,
Uh,
that sounded like an orgy. I don't want to
Yeah.
jump in,
We'll see.
but
I'm
you'll
going
see.
to.
It's crazy.
Josh, you are going to be an awesome dad, and I cannot wait to see what journey is ahead of you. Because God forbid that if that kid does not end up being cool, then there's something wrong in this world. So you're going to be awesome.
Yeah, Anastasia's really cool, so I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, it evens out, thankfully.
It'll even it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you, bud.
I'm not. I'll still talk to you. It sucks. I'm
Good.
excited to see our friendship past the expectation of partnership. And
Sure.
what I mean by that is there's always I'll see you every week. I think, Greg, I feel the same way. Where it's just like, I'll see you. Like, I don't need to tell you, I'll see you. Like, I'll see you. Like, yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't need to text them this week. I'll see them. Like, and
Yeah.
it might be negative, might be positive. Very much like, no, but I talk to them once a week. I've learned through Chip's podcast that it's more a record of conversation past a moment in time. So excited to see what happens when I go, fuck, I haven't talked to Josh in a week, and I won't. What happens with us professionally, personally, and everything beyond that. But at the same time, if something happens this week, you'll be on the show next week. So I
More than
I understand
likely,
that
yeah.
you're not a part of it, but you're still a part of it, is where I view it. So I have no ifs, ands, or buts. I love you very much as a human being, and I'm very excited to see what happens.
And in case you are curious, yes, I will still include you in any Thursday morning text messages.
There was never a doubt.
No, kick
So,
him out.
don't
He's
worry
not a
about
part of the show. Greg, he's not a part of the show. Like,
Well, I know, but I can't. I don't want to hurt his feelings, so don't worry.
no, that's the group chat you send stuff to.
Love you, boys.
I'm the producer now, so I am not going to shut the show. No, I am. I wanted to see you squander a little bit. I love you, Josh. Greg, say I love you.
I love you, buddy. Go be a dad.
Congrats on the sex.